Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta
Hello. Uh, Hands up, anyone who has challenges with technology in any shape, way, or form.
It makes us feel better.
It makes us feel better. Come on, put your hand up. You must be a tech expert there, because he's like, hey, what's the problem?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
So welcome to our seminar called Satvik Sangha. We have got written notes, believe it or not. You ever seen? This is an old relic from a museum. I'm joking. Um, the slide that's there is called Satvik Sangha. This is a new branding of the book that we presented over the last maybe 12 years or so, called Relationship Rescue Remedy. And my wife's going to explain why we decided to change it and call it Satvik Sangha.
So I have a, is that working? You can hear. I have
Depending on
a friend in Auckland, and she is a librarian, and she was telling me, I love your book, but whenever I read it, I hide the cover because I don't want everyone to think there's something wrong with my relationship and it needs rescuing. So we thought about that, and we also realized that the principles were for all relationships, not just husband-wife relationships or partner relationships, but for all relationships, and therefore we came up with a new title and a new cover, Satvik Sangha. But it is essentially the same book, and same principles.
And I think she's been able to. Did you explain about the library and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think she's able to use this book now and not feel that she might be seen to have a dysfunctional kind of relationship. It's called Satvik Sangha. So as we looked through our book more and more over the years, we found that this title is very appropriate because the mode of goodness is a place where we gain freedom from the lower levels of life, rajas and tamas, the ignorance and the passion. And things can be resolved at that level, whereas at the lower levels we find ourselves kind of going round in circles with problems. So Satvik Sangha it is. We have copies of the book. They're over there. We'll just mention straight from the start. They're $20 each for these books. It's pretty much like the workshop for this book, because many devotees I've met, and different people, whether they're devotees or not, that have read the book, and they kind of say, they say, "Oh, I've got you a book," and I say, "Oh yeah, what was it like?" They say, "Oh, it was great." And I said, "Are you using the principles of the book now?" He said, "Oh yeah, sort of, but maybe not." So like that, we tend to read a book and we think, well, I've read that, now it's time to find another book and then another book and another book. But we're going to encourage that if you do pick up some ideas from this seminar, the book encapsulates it, and it's like a workbook. And you just keep going back to the same book and you'll pick it up again and again. And that's the idea, to change our default setting into a new setting. Yeah. So there are copies there. They'll be available. My wife and I will sign them if that's of any. We'll if you wouldn't like that, we won't sign them. You don't have to have us sign them, but if you somehow you might. But yeah. Where are we going from here? So, next slide. Next slide. Right. Okay. Just getting used to what one it's either you use the mouse or you use the click, or you use the forward and back buttons, and you can intersperse, and you hold the mic in one hand while you're trying to do it. There's no mic stand, no?
Do you want that?
Maybe.
Might be better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Different varieties. I can speak loud enough. Oh, don't worry. You want to put that in some pocket? Maybe make it in the inside one, because I might take this jacket off. Maybe. That might be a little more predictable. Is that a good level or closer or 1, 2? Fine. Thank you. Oh God, that's pretty good. 2 hands. Next slide. Now I've only got 2 things to worry about. Look, we've got that and this. And what one are we going to use today? We'll try this for a bit of a laugh. And we've got Daksha just behind us, so it should be all right. Okay. Oops. Good idea. Oh. Has to go in the computer. Sorry, folks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Reverberate.
Thanks for the
Thanks.
feedback. That's what we need. Is that, yeah? Is that okay? Yeah. Anytime anybody,
Yeah, please
hopefully
tell
we're
us.
all get on the same wavelength. Somebody says, it's too loud, it's too quiet. It's got a little foam on it, so.
Yeah.
It's got a little foam on. So maybe turn the volume down slightly, and just slightly, and if I get it close enough to my mouth, it might not pop it. Right, we're trying. If that now it's a bit poppy.
Further.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turn it up.
Yeah, that's better.
The first half of the seminar is about getting the mic correct, courtesy of Jai Srila Das. And Srila Prabhupada said, don't think this won't happen to you as we progress through life. Okay, we're trying that. We've got this clicked in. Is it switched on? Yeah. And it does work. Okay, let's work with that. So this is who we are, Jai Srila Das. Is that supposed to be me on these notes, Vimala?
Yep.
No, it's you.
Well, we are both disciples of Srila Prabhupada by some unimaginable good fortune, initiated in 1976. We joined Melbourne Temple, Melbourne, Australia, in 1975, and we came together. It was our journey together, coming together in Krishna consciousness. And coming up, so at 75, next year we will be married for 50 years.
Come on. Thank you. My wife gets her gold medal presentation in a couple of months' time.
Definitely.
And we try and retain a sense of humor through it all. Originally my accent, you most likely have picked up, is somewhere between Canadian and Scottish. I asked Srila Prabhupada a question, and still buffing a bit, but never mind, in Melbourne Temple, and I said to Srila Prabhupada, how are we doing? We all right? Yeah. Said to Srila Prabhupada, I said it like this, you also need a translation. I said, Srila Prabhupada, anyway, I'll say it in English. Srila Prabhupada, there's so many young people are joining this movement, but I don't see any older people. Why is that, Srila Prabhupada? And Srila Prabhupada said to Madhavisa at the time, said, what is he saying? What is he saying? And Madhavisa managed to translate it into English. And then Srila Prabhupada went on to discuss for maybe nearly 20 minutes on that subject of how spiritual life should begin as early as possible. And he actually said, you can't teach old fools. So we become stuck in our ways, usually, although I can see one or two, a little more mature members in the group here. So spiritual life begins when we begin it. Whether we're children, middle-aged, or old, it doesn't matter really. But the young time of our life is the time for inquiring. We have that. Yeah. Where are we going?
I'll just say.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, you go.
Yeah. Me and notes. So just the background, ISKCON Grihastha Global Minister I was for a year or so too when we were living in India. Big title, but that's what we were doing for a while. It was interesting, it was called the Grihastha Global Minister, and it didn't take me long to find out that meant you were in charge of everything in the world, because the whole sannyasis, there's maybe 50 or 100 or whatever there is, and then there's brahmacharis, there's maybe a few hundred, or a few thousand or whatever brahmacharis, but everyone is pretty much in this ashram of grihastha life, family life. That's the way it is. I used to say, 95 are going to be in the family life, and I was listening to Gauranga Prabhu from Mumbai speaking on a conference, and he's a brahmachari, and he presented 99.9%, he said, grihastha ashram. So it's pretty much the ashram that most people will connect to. So I don't know if we need all this. We moved to New Zealand in 1980 from Melbourne. We left New Zealand for a while, came back to Australia, then we went to India and lived in India for 6 years or so in Brindavan. And I, believe it or not, I'm a trained primary school teacher. But I don't do that anymore. I've pretty much retired from that.
So I'm also a school teacher. I've been teaching for many years in Brindavan as well as in New Zealand for about 40 years now. And I am Australian, but I was talking to my sister the other day and I said, do I still sound Australian? And she said, you sound a little bit uppity. Because I remember I had to modify it instead of chant and dance. I'm chanting and dancing. In Kiwi, that's how they speak it. So I didn't realise how much my accent was modified. And we have 2 grown-up children.
Yeah. Our baby is 40 years old. She's Saraswati. And our elder is Nandu, 47 years old.
And
a few people in the room weren't born at that time, I think.
Yeah. And 2 beautiful grandchildren, Murali, who's 11, and Srimati, who's 5.
So we've travelled a bit. We won't labour on this too much, but presenting parenting courses. When we were presenting our parenting courses, we were presenting, and we will present in the next day or so, I think, is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
We present on the parenting side of things. It kind of dawned on us, and people started to ask, you do anything on relationships? Because they both go together. We can talk about having wonderful children and bringing and nurturing them and bringing the best out in our children, but if we can't live together peacefully, then what's the point of talking? Sorry, I'm touching this thing.
Yeah.
What's the point of talking about having great children if the parents can't even live together? So hence we produced this program. Okay. Vimala?
Okay, that's 3, is it? Sorry. Disclaimer. We are not coming from a place of perfection. We are coming from a place, I would say a place of wisdom. We've learnt a lot along the way from coming in the very early years of the movement when everyone was fanatical. If you were around at that time, you would know we were total youthful enthusiasm, but very fanatical. So we made our share of mistakes along the way, but we learnt a lot. And that's what we're coming from, a place where we want to share with you what works and what doesn't work.
It's worth... Oh,
is it all right?
You sure? Are you sure? Okay. But what was I going to say? Got a blast
What
from
works
that one.
and doesn't work.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, just let me get there. Where was I? Wow. Hope so. Yeah. Okay, back to where we were. There were 2 presentations about family life in our society. The first one, and I spoke to the person just the other day on the phone actually, was by coincidence practically, and he had, it was a sannyasi who presented the first Grihastha course, the course for family life, and it does beg the question, why is a renunciate speaking about family life? And he named the first course on family life, The Hopes and Horrors of Household Life. I won't say the name. We have an ongoing joke about it, and he actually brought it up. So that was the first one. And the second Grihastha presentation was a little bit better, but it was quite dismal also. It said, sorry, sorry, I had to cough. Bring it back, and it's a whole trip again. It was called Survival in the Grihastha Ashram. Pretty dismal, wasn't it? You're going to... Sorry? It sounds bleak, yeah. Survival. So, Burjan Prabhu, when we were living in Vrindavan, I don't know how, you might know, but he's a senior devotee, and he was running the VIHE, whatever it's called. Oh, well done.
Very good.
Oh, good.
Well done.
Can you say that again louder for everyone? It's Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education. Thank you. Appreciate it. So he said, Jashila, why don't you and your wife come up with something a little more a little more positive to inspire a few people in this society? So then we came up with a seminar called Success in the Grihastha Ashram. Sorry, I'm getting.
Is it still too close?
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not touching it, but
Bring it out. Try that.
hope it didn't break it. Oh, I think I just broke it. It's right in front of my nose.
Then it might get away from your breath. Or you can get lower.
That's better. Funny, huh? Oh boy. If you don't get anything else, you might get a few laughs at our expense, but never mind. Where are we? What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. So he encourages to do something more positive, and we called it Success in the Grihastha Ashram. So that was just interesting. Just gives you a little history of how fanatical we were in the early days. So, is that us?
Yep. Next.
Try this. Wow. So, I'm sorry, Prabhu. I used to click in that moves, but you're going to click back there. And what do I do here?
Yeah, you click.
Do I click?
He'll follow.
Okay. Wow. See, this changed last night. It wasn't like this last night, and today it's different.
Yeah.
That's what I experience all the time. It drives me insane.
Okay. So.
Okay. See, if you're not here next time, say when we go to the next, but we're going to Brisbane, you're not going to be here, and I'll be in complete chaos. And
We'll have to
that's
find
what it's
another
been.
Daksha.
Wow. I've got there's a slide coming up about not being a victim, and when you take victim mode, it's not good for anyone. It's not good for me, and it's terrible for you people that have to listen to me complaining. I'll have to learn to practice some of what's in this show. Okay, carry on.
Okay, psychology. In case you haven't noticed, we are different. Now, we're going to show you a little clip, and I found it hilarious because it is totally us. But it may not be true for everyone, we realize. But it's just about the different psychology of men and women.
It's time for laughs again.
Okay. I'm going to play it.
Men's brains are very unique. Men's brains are made up of
Just click. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you can go back if you want.
Do you really think this is working? Because it's not working for me. And, I can't handle. You're running it back there, but I'm clicking and it doesn't work.
Do you want to go back? Men's brains.
Is this on? No, what slide is it? There's no mention about it.
Hands up if you can relate to that on any.
What did I click? For God's sake, this is driving me nuts.
Which one will he click?
Just what you've been doing.
Doing anything. Where do I click on this? Come up, stand up, come over here, and so just using the back and forward button.
Yeah.
Is that the easiest? Because I've got three choices here.
You want me to
And
take this away from you?
yeah,
So you can see it?
if that's going to work.
Yep.
And you want me to?
Now you can put the left.
Okay.
Got it.
He's taking my toys away. And I was going to throw them out the pram anyway. So we're doing this. Oh, I didn't touch it. It wasn't me.
Oh, yeah, that was me. Okay, now you go.
So click to the next slide.
So just back on that.
Is that the one?
No.
Well, that's where you want it
We're
to be.
still here. We're still on this one, and we're up to there.
I retire. I'm close to retiring right
Oh,
now.
I thought it would make it easier. We had the notes, but I don't know. Let's see.
I click and I see that, and
Yeah.
up there's that. What?
Forward and back. So
I understand forward and back, but
Just, you get your presentation. And don't worry about what's on the screen behind you.
okay, he'll fix it.
so I can close this, can I? Is that what? When I'm looking here, there's that,
Well, you can look
and
at mine.
up there's something different. And yours is still on that one, but there's another one up
No,
there.
I changed it now. It's okay.
Oh, no, it's changed back. I'm sorry. I'm completely.
Yeah? Wow. That's a thought. Yep, that's a thought.
Yeah.
I just
Just
use
one, yeah.
mine. And you're going to do the...
Yeah.
Yep. So why don't we do that? Good idea. Make it simpler.
This is when I feel it retiring completely because they seem to be doing fine. So, hey, we can just carry on. Yeah, I just got one box, you know.
He's got one box and one thing at a time. And I'm definitely the zzz. Yep. So we're up to there if you want to say on that. We're still on that slide.
Yeah, I don't want to say that.
Okay. So I was just saying that I saw myself in this. And Srila Prabhupada, he emphasized that men and women, by bodily designations, they have different natures. And their emotions, as we know, their brains operate differently, as we know, but spiritually we are all the same, just as a note. And next, 5. So we want to go over how we came up with this formula. It actually took birth on a very cold morning. We're both teachers, so we were so we were teaching, and so we thought, we were going to write a book. This is the book, The Grihastha Journey.
We had a book that we were going to create. Radhanath Maharaj presented his journey home, so we were going to piggyback on that sort of idea, the journey of Grihastha, our family life. So we thought we'd do that. And we were trying to complete the book. It was about half to 3/4 finished. And we thought, how are we going to get it finished? Because it's not happening. So we thought, let's get up at real early. Let's get up about 3 in the morning. And before we go off to teach, we'll be able to do an hour or two in early morning, get this thing done. So we did that. As Vimala was saying, one cold winter's morning, we got up about 3 o'clock, had a quick bath, jumped together, we sat down, and we had a meltdown, writing a book about the Grihastha journey. So being the male, as you've experienced, it had to be just right. So I was thinking, okay, who are we writing for? What's the audience? What kind of chapters are we going to have? Like that kind of stuff. Get the boxes,
sorted out. And my wife's saying,
well, I just wanted to get going on it. And I had some ideas, so I was like...
creative ideas.
Creative ideas. And this is our pattern. We have this pattern, right? So I just wanted to get going on it. I couldn't handle all the details and the things like that. So we actually had a meltdown writing the book. So then we find...
And it was a real meltdown.
Yep.
Pardon me. But what we found is about 15 to 20 minutes later, we had kind of come through it. And I was saying to my wife, as we always do, is, are you okay now? Are you sure, though? You're not holding anything? And she's going, yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay and stuff. So it was quite amazing for us. We thought, oh, that... Then somehow or other it kind of twigged to us that we must have some way of going from in a complete upset and coming through it. So what were these things that we did to come through this upset? So we thought of one of the points and two of the points, and it gradually we found there was 5 very clear stages that we went through to go from upset to being clear in the relationship. And that was pretty much the birth of this book.
So we decided at that point that it was so important. What we'd seen in coaching couples was that they didn't have the tools to get through their conflicts.
And we didn't have them either, but we did have them. We
yeah.
weren't conscious of them, but we
Yeah.
found that there was.
And that we thought this was so important that we thought we stopped the Grihasta journey. It's somewhere in Microsoft Word, because it was a few years ago. And we decided to just get down these steps and write a book on how to successfully resolve any conflicts. And that's how it was born.
Next slide. And we've mentioned, you want to keep up with it? Is
Yep.
that the same one?
Yep.
Oh, that's the new one.
So what we discovered was the reason we could get back to that loving place, because in a healthy relationship, you have a loving place, right? And if there's no conflict, you're in that loving place. But if you have an upset, you go out of the loving place. So and if you resolve your upset successfully, you're back in that loving place. So we thought that was so important, and that's when we decided to concentrate on those steps.
Next slide. I think.
Yep.
Oh, the whole thing's come up, but never mind.
Yep.
That's all right. Where were we? No, Utopia. So it's already there on the board. There was supposed to be animations, but they didn't work, by the way. Just thought I'd mention that. But people often look at so people look towards us and think, well, they must have dealt with every kind of relationship upset and they don't have any upsets. But as you see, there's always things happening in life. So whether you've been married for 5 months, 5 years, 50 years, because you're an individual, you're going to have your own opinion and somebody else is going to have their opinion. So it's something we have to deal with. We have to have some tools to deal with such upsets. So Prabhupada speaks about it being utopian, that this idea that there will not be any upsets. Am I still going here?
I can
Yeah.
do one part.
Sure.
So sometimes we get discouraged and we think, like, it's not supposed to be like this. You know, we whinge, we whine, but we have to deal with reality. And Srila Prabhupada was very realistic and pragmatic. And he wrote a letter to Acharya Rishi in 1972. We shall not expect that anywhere there is utopia. Rather, that is impersonalism. People should not expect that even in the Krishna consciousness society, there will be utopia. Because devotees are persons, we're all individuals, as you see. Therefore, there will always be some lacking. But despite everything, they may do their topmost intention is to serve Krishna. And so this is very true in all relationship contexts, in the marriage context. Have you ever noticed in your relationship that you're two totally different people? You're both trying to serve Krishna and put him in the center, but there's, just like with our writing of the book, there's different ways you approach things, and they're the kind of things you have to work out.
Okay, let's go to the next
Yep.
slide, I think. Slide 8.
Next slide. Oh, you've got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll follow
Okay.
you, so
Yeah,
you
sorry.
go, I'll go. That's
Okay. Cool.
That's okay.
So this is an overview, and we'll bring it up one at we've brought them all up, no problem. Drop the blame, and we call that, these are the 5 steps that we discovered and that we're presenting. So drop the flame is pause, and we'll go into each drop, so I won't go into it now. Drop the vein is to reflect. So pause, reflect. Can you do the next one?
Yep. Drop 2. Drop 2 is drop the vein to reflect. I'm going to find out the foundation. Okay, so I'm going to give some idea. So dropping the flame basically means that when a conflict begins to come through, we start to get hot. You hear we're getting hot under the collar. So passion starts to arise, and we're getting at each other, so to speak. And then we have to figure out ways to drop that flame. The second one, and we're going to get into all those details, dropping the vein is reflecting. This is really hard if you're still angry. If you're still frustrated and angry about something, to reflect how it is for the other person. You think, I don't care what the other person thinks. I'm angry, I'm frustrated, whatever it is that's going on. So the suggestion to get into reflection and consider what is the other person experiencing is practically impossible while you're still hot or upset about something. So we have to come from being upset and be able to drop that flame. Then we can get to reflecting about what it's maybe like for the other person. We'll talk more about that as we go. Vimal, you want to drop
And
the blame?
3 is drop the blame. Take responsibility. And that runs through all the drops, actually, because you have to take responsibility to calm yourself down, to reflect, all these things. So, and it's about understanding that you have a part in this upset, and also just seeing your way to the end. So that's drop 3. Drop
And
the
remember,
blame.
we're going to come back through
Yeah.
all this. It's just a quick look
This is
at
an
it.
overview.
Once we've done drop 1, 2, and 3, we've dealt with that. The pain of the whole upset can be reduced in drop 4, dropping the pain. And then the 5th drop, we don't call it a drop, we say pour it on,
Yeah.
because that one is nurturing the relationship, and we're going to explain how that can be done. But yeah, both reactively, when there's an upset, you use this nurturing, showing the greatness that the other person has in their life, and we can use it to avoid upsets. We can use it to be proactive instead of waiting for the next upset. And pretty much those 5 are is the formula or the foundation for this program.
So we're going to go into the first drop, which is pause or drop the flame. Do you want to start? Or
You got it. Yep. Okay. Okay, dropping the flame. Realize something isn't working. Okay, so that is the first stage. First, be conscious. Oops. It's up here. Sorry. Prabhupada did say first become conscious, then Krishna conscious. So when we go into an upset, things start to happen in our body and in our mind, and often it reveals patterns. We see that, and you might be talking to someone, you're getting upset, but at the same time, there's something in the back of your mind saying, oh gosh, this is shifted from being fine, and now there's a change in the atmosphere. It's starting to go down, it's a slippery slide, but we don't know how to stop it. So we have to become conscious. Sometimes it will happen if you check in your breathing. You're getting and you're not breathing normally, you're breathing a lot more. And to become conscious that this is actually what's going on. So,
crucial point here is to remember, I always remind myself of this, is that you can't achieve anything but distress if you are angry. You can't resolve a conflict when you're angry, because you're in the mode of passion, which, as we know, goes down to ignorance. We've all been there. Anger perpetuates this cycle of attack, defend, attack, and you go nowhere in your trying to resolve an issue. Now, our past social conditioning, which could be our upbringing, all kinds of cultural things, that kind of stays with you and kind of it becomes your style of working through a conflict. Like for me, I don't have expressive anger. I would call mine like white hot. I don't say anything if I'm angry. I'll suppress it, right? And that's because in my parents' relationship, that's why my mother was. My father was very explosive, and she would just try, let's keep the peace, don't say anything. But they never sorted through their conflicts. It was just suppress. Father expressing, mother suppressing. So that's one way, and I can tell you from experience, it doesn't work.
And in our early stages of our marriage, pardon me, it was difficult for my wife because I am more expressive. I would always say if there's some conflict, we got to work through this. We got to talk about it. We got to what's happening. And my wife's like, don't want to say a word. So
keep the peace.
That would be kind of the energy. But very fortunately, I remember way back in the very beginning, one devotee pulled me aside. He was a senior devotee. He'd been in the movement for 2 years.
That was senior.
At that time. And I was convinced at the time that anyone who wore a white dhoti, familiar with it, white dhoti, wasn't understanding the Bhagavatam classes. Because in the Bhagavatam classes, it was very heavily presented, renunciation and so on. So I was becoming quite brainwashed with the whole idea that we should renounce everything, including my other half, basically. And then one devotee... Did that move?
No, it's good.
It's all right?
Yep.
Okay. One devotee pulled me aside, and he said to me, he said, look, son, he was 6'6", and I was kind of small. So he said, look, son, he said, you brought this lady with you. You're responsible for her. You should start looking after her. And it was like somebody got a pin in a big balloon and went pop. And I just kind of went, wow. And it just... And I started from that point to try and be a bit of a human being again and build it back. And my wife slowly regained some trust because it was very difficult for her to deal with that kind of energy. So sometimes we have to make a shift that's going to make some difference.
So we've got those two styles, avoidance, suppression, and combat kind of confrontation or expression, right?
And we used to, we would have some issues and she'd be saying, oh, I don't want to talk about it. I said, we've got to talk, we've got to work, we can't be like that. And it would go on. And we'd get through, but it was very painful. It was quite intense. It was too much, actually.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
Again, that's why we're suggesting there's another way to do it.
A gentler way and a way that works.
More effective,
A more effective, gentle way that works. So I was frightened of, expressing. And I didn't like the way it was going because it was too volatile for me. But when we did it in a more gentle way, which is our system, then I understand the value of working through it. So, and you'll also notice that conflicts actually come in patterns. You'll have this conflicts around the same issue a lot. We've seen that time and time again. Now, you've got good patterns in your relationship. You've got all these wonderful good patterns, but you've also got dysfunctional patterns. And they're the ones that you have to recognize and work on.
It took us a while to recognize another one of ours later on that we had. Here we call it Trade Me in New Zealand. What's it called? eBay or something? What's it called here when you buy?
Gumtree. Gumtree.
Gumtree. So in New Zealand it's called Trade Me. So one of our patterns was one of us would find something on Gumtree or Trade Me, and we say, okay, let's go and get it. Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, let's go. We're all enthusiastic, and we'll go and we'll find this item. So we jump in the car and off we go. And we would get sort of up the road a little bit and find, I'd say, well, you've got the map, Vimala, and I'll drive, and we're driving.
This was before GPS. We're going back here. So I had a book.
A road
You know
map.
those street directory maps? Yeah.
And,
But,
and,
yeah.
and then, you know, a few miles or kilometers up the road, my wife would go, oh gosh, I've got it up the wrong way. And she'd been reading it upside down, and she was, I can't find it.
Go
and
that
stuff.
way. No, sorry. That way.
And I'm, And-
so you
and
can
so the
imagine.
tension was increasing. You can imagine what it was like. And it
Mm.
was intense for me trying to miss traffic and not crash, and it was intense for my wife feeling that, whoa, this is chaos. So that pattern was going on for a while, and then I think you resigned.
I did. I resigned as navigator. I threw the street directory over the seat and said, that's it. Not doing it.
Did you get out the car too? I'm not sure what happened in that.
We stopped. I do remember we
We
stopped
stopped.
on the side of the road and there was silence.
It's that you know that silence when it's like, I'm not, sorry?
Heavy
silence.
silence, exactly.
That sounds, this is it, this is the end, this is, and she's, yeah, we're doing that sort of stuff. So then we had a conference. Now the good idea here is, don't have the conference right then. Why?
Mm.
Because you're angry as anything. She's seething white hot angry,
White
not
hot.
saying a word, and I'm so angry. So, but if you try and discuss it then, there's going to be an explosion, the car doors will blow open, and the police will be there. So it's not the time to deal with it. The time to deal with it is somehow drop the flame. Yes, drop the flame. So that's what everyone tries to drop the flame. Yeah, so you're sitting, you're not speaking because you know one spark and it's an explosion. So we have to somehow drop the flame. And then when we're calm enough, that's when we can have a discussion. And so fast forwarding, we had a discussion of what went wrong. We were a little calmer.
We wait a little while, we were a little calmer, and we went through what was wrong. We did that reflection thing where I realized it was hard for my husband to have a navigator like me, and he realized it was hard for me.
And we're going to explain all this later. When somebody changes from the conflict mode, you should have done, and we're arguing back and forward to what my wife just said.
Yes.
How did you say it?
What did I say?
What
Yeah, we reflected. Yeah, we got out of the
And you thanked
yeah.
me for something?
yes, that I understood it was hard for him.
Did you hear, when you hear that, it's like, wow, what a gift that is. There's a change in the dynamic completely. You're thinking about me. Oh gosh. Then
Yeah, and then he
I
was able
think
to-
maybe
Yeah.
I need to think about what it's like for her over there with a map, with this guy driving you nuts.
So we took responsibility, got through the conflict, and then you'll see it in each drop, but then we came up with a plan that would work, which was?
Which was that my wife should enjoy the ride and not navigate
At all.
at all.
Yep.
And I would take full responsibility to, before I got into the car, to work out where I was going, make a pretty much clear sort of plan where we were going, and I understood. Now, initially that seems like it's a cop-out. The men might think, well, that's ridiculous. She's just going to sit there and enjoy the ride, and you've got to do it all. Yeah, sort of, you could think like that. But it was what was required.
And it worked.
And it worked. It worked
Now we
very.
don't need it anymore because we have
We've got a GPS.
this lady telling us where to go all the time. So it works. And my job also was not to make any comments, like helpful comments, like, I think it's over there, because it could be wrong. So I would just be quiet, enjoy the ride, and let him get there.
So the idea is that's like a third alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the key point in Drop the Flame is if you don't learn how to pause, then you're sitting in that anger, and the other person stops focusing totally on the issue. The issue is lost, and instead they will focus on your angry energy, and you can't resolve anything in that state. So in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Swayambhuva Manu advised his grandson Dhruva Maharaj, a beautiful little passage here. The advice I am giving you is just like a medicine which will cure your disease. You must control your anger, for anger is the foremost enemy on the path of spiritual realization. That's a really amazing little verse. So also, because I was a teacher, I went to a professional development course, and I don't remember anything else about the course, but I do remember that it was on classroom management, so it was how to manage. And when you're in a classroom, sometimes you've got 30 kids, and you have to do a lot of kind of managing. And kids can trigger you. So the mantra I learnt was calm is strength. He was saying, keep your calm, because when you lose your calm, you lose your power. And it's something, you know, it's short, nice mantra that I always remember in the classroom and out of the classroom.
And there was one evening when we were having an issue, my wife and I, and I was pretty angry, but I managed to stay calm, which was a nice surprise for my wife. And I left the house very quietly. I just kind of decided I needed to calm down, and it wouldn't go anywhere good if I got too expressive about anything. And I just decided to leave very quietly. And
yeah, because he didn't say he had slammed the door, then I would have been left. That would have been my last impression of him, an angry, slamming door. And it wouldn't have sat, I would have just kind of meditated on that. But because he left quietly, I was like, God, I hope he's all right. I hope he's not too upset. Maybe I was able to reflect, get into some reflection. So by the time he got back, I was like so happy to see him, that he was okay. And then we were both in a calm state. And then when you're in a calm state, you go to the next stop, which is reflection.
Can you give me this one? I think this one might have died. Sorry.
It's died.
Just hold it for 2
This,
seconds.
yeah. That it?
try again. Does it
Yep.
work?
Does that
Work?
work? Working?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Now this idea of pausing, sometimes the pause can be longer or shorter. So and this used to be an issue with us, that as my wife would suppress things and she'd say, oh, I can't deal with this, I can't deal with this, I had the feeling this is not going to work because we're not dealing with it. So she would want some space. So sometimes you might just need to go into the other room for a couple of minutes and do something different and then come back to be able to discuss things. Sometimes that pause might have to be longer. It might be overnight, or it might be for a day or so, depending. But it's very good if you work out and get clear that we're not going to just sweep this under the rug and forget and try and cover it over.
Which was my tendency. I was like, we're okay now, but I really appreciated that we had to get it out. We had to actually get it resolved, or else it would just kind of stay under there, and it's a pattern usually, so it'll come up again, and that resentment kind of stays under there and festers.
Is it clicking, or are we not? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're next. Yeah, I'll go on to the next.
So what slide number are we up to?
10. So, we've got some state change strategies. So, first strategy we all know. The ultimate game changer is to sit down, meditate on Krishna, chant Krishna's names. And Srila Prabhupada would advise in times of distress, he would say this term, just sit down tightly somewhere and chant, take shelter of Krishna. But sometimes there are other mode of goodness ways that you can use, what we call to drop the flame. And here are a few. You want to go first?
Oh.
Okay, so first one is change of environment. Just like he went out the house, you can go for a walk, go somewhere in nature, help yourself, help your body and your mind calm down. So that's one.
Is it next calmness breathing? Is that the next one?
Yep.
Yeah. So we mentioned already breathing does help to cool down. So if you can see that you're upset about something, just breathing. A lot of this is explained in the book.
Yeah.
There's
it's all
quite
in-
elaborate explanation.
So we'll just briefly go over it. Releasing any energy, sometimes exercise, something like that, going for a swim. Then positive self-talk, replacing that, because when you're in that place, your mind's beating you up and telling you all kinds of things. You're not good enough, or you shouldn't have said that, or whatever. So just that, we can work this out. That can be a good mantra. We always do. We've got that confidence. We always work it out, so we'll work it out. And
Just keep going.
okay. Positive self-talk, positive affirmations, just like we work through our stuff, and mental rehearsal, kind of figuring out how you're going to work through it and seeing it actually happening. So next.
Okay, so I'll just mention it. Imagine, it's written here, I'm just going
Yeah.
with the note. Imagine how your state has changed after applying some of these strategies. So if we can pick these strategies up, then your state will change.
Yeah.
And
It's a personal thing, isn't it? You might have your own strategy that works for you. You might come up with something else that works for you. I have a friend who, whenever she's upset, she goes and cleans, cleans the kitchen or something. She said that gets it all out, and then I'm kind of calmed down. So everyone's different, so whatever works for you. Now 11.
so this is a brief summary. Oh, you're all up at the one time?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, I've gone dead again, sorry.
So I do it?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first step is to
one
become
at a
conscious of what's going wrong. Ben, do you want that?
I don't know what's happening again.
Okay.
Sorry. It's actually anyway.
Oh, they're supposed to come one at a
Yeah,
time.
yeah. But
Okay.
they're all up, so
Shall we
it's already stated.
Okay.
So
That's all right. I'll go.
she's really good, my wife. She's a lovely lady. And
I'm just different
so
different
is,
nature.
so is Daksha
Okay.
Prabhu.
So become conscious of what's gone wrong, okay? Then recognize it as a pattern, just like we did. Okay, this is a pattern because it keeps coming up. Realize that your issue, whatever you're trying to work through, will become lost when anger becomes the issue. And this is true with kids too. If any of you have got kids, you realize when you're angry, that child will focus on your anger and react to your anger. So, and with friends, any relationship. Change your state from anger to calm. Remember the calm is strength mantra. And that's, when you've got that, it's a need to access the mode of goodness. And use any of the state change strategies. You can use them individually, combined. And last, what I mentioned, just see what works for you. Experiment. Okay, so 12. So we finished the first drop. That's
Any quick questions
Yeah.
on that? So we kind of tune in a little bit. Yes, Prabhu.
yeah.
Is
True.
that, but you'd have. Is that positive?
Yeah. Yeah, that could be.
Blaming.
Yeah, that could be. You've gone into blaming. So it might. Yeah, I get what you mean. It might seem like positive self-talk, but kind of more like we're going to get through this together. Would be more positive. You do have. I get what you mean, though. You do have to go. I'm good.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with me. Right?
Yeah, not
Yeah.
not like that.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mataji.
Mm. That's a good point too. Do you want
So
to?
we want to state the question once more, please. Thank you. Good question.
I'm-
Who said good question?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'll try and see who's... Yeah, well, let's talk about that for a minute or so. We'll just see. Staying calm and suppression. Hold it and see if anyone's got any answers. There's a team here, so see if you've got an answer, we'll take it. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yes. Mm.
That's getting into reflection. That
Yeah.
then when you swip over to thinking about how it's like for your husband, that's what we would call reflecting.
That's healthy. Yes. Mm. Yes, because
It's very tricky stuff. It's a great science, yeah. Amazing science that happens moment to moment.
Mm. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Very well
And
said.
Yes, and it doesn't mean that every time you have to go. Yeah, so excuse me, we're having I'm off for a swim, and off you go, and that's the answer to it.
Yeah.
And you come out and you think, well, it's fixed now. I'm feeling great. And the guy's wondering, what the heck's going on? So again, it's the great science how to go through the dance of life and come up with good solutions.
Yep.
So, other question?
Can I just say about the suppression of calm?
Please.
The way I interpret the difference is like, I feel like if I can express what's going on for me in the calm state,
Mm.
but I'm not expressing it, I'm suppressing it. I think that's
Mm.
very different. I'm holding something back.
Yes.
Whereas if I'm calm, then I can still, even if I'm upset, I can express what's upset.
Mm.
For me, it's the behavior different.
Mm. Right.
Good comment. You need a mic?
So, from what I feel or understand, I think in the beginning, being calm and suppressing, to get too calm, you have to suppress. When you're in an argument, you need to suppress yourself. You have these emotions, you need to suppress those emotions. Go do your calming activities, then you come back calm. But in the beginning, you are suppressing. You have to suppress to use your intelligence, and you need to suppress your emotions, use your intelligence, then you get to calmness.
Yes.
There's a little bit about semantics, use of words.
Words.
Suppress has a certain connotation,
Yeah.
which is
Doesn't sound
unhealthy.
healthy, right?
It's kind of like stifling
But
something. What was
control.
the other word you used? There's another word. Anyway,
But to
semantics.
control your anger, and for me, my
Or
little
to
mantra.
check your anger.
Yeah,
to
to
just
check it.
check it rather than
Um,
suppress is like
yeah.
whoop,
'Cause
and
I
check's just
yeah. I don't
holding
want
it.
to lose my power. I don't want to lose my dignity. I don't want to lose. So I always remember, okay, calm is strength. So like you were saying, a better probably word, check or control your anger and realize, because if I let go of my anger, I will regret it. And then I'll have to mend it and fix it and
Yeah, and
all
if we-
those things.
If we learn how to check our I'll just use that word again. Semantics is the use of words. But if we learn how to check it in a difficult situation with the flames coming up and be able to check it, then you're able to not explode, and then be able to be calm enough to consider the next step, which is to get into reflection, which we're going to be discussing more about. Anyway, we'll take one or two. We'll take 1, 2, and then we'll go back to we'll go into it again.
next.
1, 2. And Prabhu. We become ruined if you become angry.
Yes.
Because it's the mode of ignorance, really, from passion. So we've gone from trying to be in the mode of goodness in our life as much as we can, and then we get captured by passion and then ignorance, and we're ruined in that level. Okay, move.
I can't remember what it was, but in Bhagavatam it also says when we become angry, we become a source of dread. I think it's Dhruva Maharaj, that same quote. Is this working? Is it? Okay, I remember. They're both there.
Just get some matters. You can keep going.
You,
Okay, I'll use my,
use a
I'll
big
use
voice.
my big teacher voice.
she comes home at night and hasn't got a voice
I've
left.
got a voice left after all those kids at the end of the day.
Okay, somebody else, any burning comments that you're not suppressing anything? You all calm? Okay, so where are we up to?
We're up to drop the pain.
Which is
which
slide,
is 12.
drop the V.
Yes.
Okay, pens, drinks. Don't eat the pens, drink this, like that. All those things are there. And Dash, I thought something there when you mentioned that. Some back in. Nope.
Pocket rocket.
What's a pocket rocket? Fiery red. All our children are pocket rockets because they all get red hair.
And 2 red-haired
Grandchildren. You feel like he's stupid, but
That's nice.
so you feel that allows you to access calm by
Yeah,
gratitude.
gratitude. So that's another one, like you said, what works for you. That's wonderful.
We'll hold post seminar counselling sessions tomorrow if anyone finds that they went home and got biffed by.
He's not.
Funny, isn't it, how we observe things and express things? Okay, where were we? Where were we
We're
going?
on 12.
Oh, and now she's gone.
She's going to get some batteries.
Okay. I thought she said a thing and she's gone. Finished. Okay. So where did we get up to again,
We're
Mama?
on to so now we're on to the next drop. So we've got drop the flame, And now drop the vein. There's kind of a mirror kind of image in it that I imagine that helps me remember it. So we call this one the key to conflict resolution, because every conflict that you have ever resolved in your life, one of the parties in that conflict has moved into reflection. Otherwise, conflicts don't get resolved. They just become stalemate and go on. They can go on forever. So drop the vein is about reflecting, just like we did in the street directory thing, how it is for the other person. It doesn't mean you have to agree with everything. It's not blaming yourself, but it is understanding how was it for him, and getting into their head a bit and into their situation.
So the first part of that is to realize that relationships are all about two people. And prior to that, when we're angry, it's all about me. This is how I feel. This is how you make me feel. This is what, it's all about me, me, me. Each person is thinking in that way and not thinking that actually we're supposed to be in relationship, and that's about two people. So often, I'll make this comment, often we think that we have, I'm really good at this, immaculate perception. How we see it, we'll see another slide, Atmavan Manyate Jagat. We think the way I see everything, everyone else should, and if they can't, they should do. I can convince them they should see it the way I see it. Now, Prabhupada pointed out that we've got four basic defects. We have a propensity to commit mistakes, to be illusioned. What's the other ones? Our senses are imperfect, and we tend to cheat. Even as a child, when you're cutting an apple, if there's one's a bit bigger than the other, you tend to give the small one to the other person and take the bigger one. It's just a basic defect. So with all these defects, we pose ourselves as knowing everything is completely with the absolute truth on things. So this idea of empathy is a mode of goodness. Vaishnav quality allows us to see beyond ourselves. So relationships are great for this. It's a real learning school to interact and realize that we are not actually the center of the universe ultimately, and that especially in relationship, we consider the other person in the relationship. So again, drop one, if we're angry, you're not be able to get to drop two, so we've got to learn how to stay calm. And as we said, it might be in that moment you can't stay calm, so you remove yourself so that it doesn't become an explosion. And then whatever time it takes in situation and meditation, whatever you use, you get to a place. And I had that recently, you've had some upset with somebody, and as you're going away from that, your mind is just rah, 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 all the stuff that's going through your mind. Give yourself 5 or 10 minutes, and it's rah, 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 rah. And give yourself another half an hour or something, and you start thinking about dinner time, and it drifts away in that rah, 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 just sort of dissolves, and then you might think, oh God, what about my friend or my husband or wife or whatever, and you start to reflect. And then your mind's going to go, you go a little bit up that path, oh stuff, I don't care. And your mind's going to, and then you go back in, you'll see it the next time you have an upset, and then you'll get all and then yourself. And it'll either take you 5 minutes or 5 hours or a day or so, whatever it's going to be, and finally it'll get through your thick head, wow, I'm supposed to be in a relationship with this person, and I've been blowing it pretty bad, and you start thinking about the other person. So this second one is coming to this point of being able to park your opinion. So we have opinions, and we can still hold strong. It's not that you acquiesce to your husband or your wife, and you're not allowed to have an opinion, suppress it all. No, we all have opinions, but okay, got it that tell your mind, I got it that we're really upset right now, but it's not going anywhere good, so park it. You still hold your opinion, and then think, well, how is she feeling right now? I bet she's or he's not feeling very good about what happened. And when you can move to that, then things, as you would say, Vimal, it's the key. Nothing's ever been solved without one of the persons in an argument coming to this point and seeing what they're faced with and what it might be for them. And if we can learn how to express that, again, you can't be angry when you're doing it. You've got to let that go. And sometimes, you'll try it. You'll say, okay, I've got reflective, and I'm going to talk to my husband or my wife or whoever it may be in the relationship. And then you try, and you see the other person might not respond exactly how you thought they would respond. Now that I've become all reflective, Mr. Perfect or Mrs. Perfect, now I'm all reflective, they should respond really good. And the person says, "Oh, I'm not interested in what you're saying. I'm over you," or whatever, whatever it might be. And then you think, "Oh, you're over me," and again it flares up. What do you have to do? Put your hand up if you can suggest. What do you think you might have to do in that scenario? 10 points for this one. Give them time and space. Yes, great idea.
Realize that there's too much.
To do what? Yes. Yeah. No, it's good.
Realize there's too much heat around the issue still.
Yeah.
And that you just might need a little more time. Doesn't mean you leave it, but you just might need a little more time.
And then it will be a chance for you, Mr. or Mrs. Reflective, to reflect again on how was my reflection, how good was that? Maybe I could have done it better or whatever, and reapproach it when we got calm again. So, okay, so you've done that.
Sorry. Okay. So often when we examine another person's action or intention, and we're all guilty of this, we make these hasty judgments. We make kind of a judgment. We give them a label. And this is coming, again, from our limited perception. So we have to learn to be giving, and even on a material level, to become successful in any relationship, you need to give, to sacrifice, to give the benefit of the doubt, for the intention. That's being kind to you and kind to them. Indradyumna Swami, he told this story that he was on a flight and he was sitting next to a lovely old couple, and he started talking to them.
They were even older than us.
They were older than us. They'd been married for 75 years. So he thought, I'm going to ask these couple. They look very happy. So he said, "What's the secret? How come you guys have lived together so long and you're so happy? I need to tell this to my disciples who are married." And they both said at the same time, in unison, "Always give more than you take." So that's coming from a generous heart. And that's what we need to develop in our relationship. If it's all like you were saying about me, you're never going to get anywhere.
It's worth mentioning, challenges in our relationships are good for our Krishna consciousness. Yeah. And they can deepen relationships. If you work through an upset in the way that we're suggesting, it deepens a relationship. You think, wow, that was far out. And we'll talk about that in the second half of the presentation, where you can gain from going through an upset. Where have we got? Okay. You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, as I mentioned before, this is the only way forward. So sometimes you think, well, they should reflect first, not me. But no one loses. If you're the first in reflection, if you reflect how it is for them, then you open that door. That's why we call it the magic key. And they think, wow, she's trying to understand me. And then you can drop your perception and they will reciprocate. So sometimes we think, well, I'll be the loser, but there's no loser. We even call it the race to reflection.
Yeah, and a little slideshow that we put together, that was there, one of the slides in that. And don't be afraid to be the first person into reflection, and then you might have another upset in a year's time. A joke. It might be next week. It can be at any time. Then we think, oh, well, I reflected last time, so it must be their turn to get into reflection this time. And you're good that you're laughing, because that's how we are. You know, it's it. No, do it again. You be first into reflection, and then after 3, you're definitely thinking, that's it. I'm not getting into reflection anymore. It's definitely their turn. I'm going to jump. I don't know where it comes up in these notes. We in the Grihasta seminar that we did present for many years, we would do this little exercise, and we'd say, whose responsibility is it to make relationships work? First option is it's the man's responsibility, because he's the leader of the family traditionally. He's the leader. He wants to pose himself as knowing everything and all that stuff, guys. And so it's his responsibility. If he's going to lead on everything, he should lead on relationships. And then people say, nah, come on, guys are hopeless at relationships. Women are, they're all about relationships. They know how to do it, so it's their responsibility. So we'd ask people, what do you think, 75-25, what's the vote? And we get the vote of 50-50. People say it's 50-50. And I'd say, no. And they go, whoa, what's this? And I said, it's the man's responsibility, 100%. Yay! And the lady's like, yay! It's those men's responsibility. And then I'd say the woman's responsibility is 100%. And people would go, that's just the same as 50-50. Come on, you're just playing games. No, we're not playing games. It's not 50-50. I've done my 50%. What about you? It's 100% commitment to doing whatever it takes to do what you need to do to come through any upset. And if both have that mindset or that commitment, then this process can work very well. It does work very well. So 100% commitment to do whatever it takes. Sometimes it might be to have a frank or a crucial conversation, either with the person you're having the upset with, or you might consult somebody else you can get guidance from. Sometimes you might need to make a phone call. Sometimes you might need to write a letter. I was going to say box of chocolates, but box of or a bunch of flowers. Whatever way that love languages all work, to take that 100% responsibility. And that doesn't mean you're taking responsibility for that you're wrong. Not meaning that at all. But to do whatever it takes to access. Some comment? No. Okay. Where are we up to, Viva?
We go to the next slide, 13.
Okay. Is that green?
13,
Is that
yeah, that's me.
blue?
So this is who is hard of hearing. This is talking about perspective. It's a very famous story that Srila Prabhupada told in Melbourne, actually. It's called Mr. and Mrs. Such and Such. That's actually the language Prabhupada used, such and such. So one gentleman, he was hard of hearing. So he is calling his wife Mrs. Such and Such. Mrs. Such, she is replying, yes, I'm coming. But he is hard of hearing. She is replying, yes, yes, I'm coming. But this rascal is hard of hearing. So he is thinking, it's my wife's fault. She is hard of hearing. He cannot hear, but he is thinking that my wife is hard of hearing. This is the example. A man thinks that others are like himself. Atmavat manyate jagat. That is the nature, that atmavat. What he is thinking of himself, his perception, therefore others must be like that. So often when we examine someone else's action or intention, we make those judgments. So this is coming, and if we can realize we have limited perception, and if we can think like that, maybe I got it wrong, and give it a chance and approach it in a different frame. Okay, so that's Mrs. Such and Such. So next slide. How do I go down?
Just scroll.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, good. We're doing the things. So we're going to change the tempo slightly, see how we go with this. Reflective listening skills. We're talking about getting into reflection, and listening is a very important part of that, to understand what is actually going on for the other person and be able to listen. It said we should first try to understand and then to be understood. If we can do that, first try to understand by listening. So we're going to do a little role play here. You're going to do it. I think, is it?
We can
is
give
it
an
that one?
example. We'll
Okay.
give an example here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, go.
Yes. And I think that, do we going to read through? Yeah. Person
Please.
1 states what they feel about a recent conflict. Keep it brief. These are listening skills which you'll find everywhere, and they're very important to develop. It's taken me a long time to develop listening skills because I like to just respond quickly, but to actually listen and find out what's going on. So next, person 2. They attempts to mirror back exactly what they say, but not like a parrot, but the essence. What I hear you saying is, what the problem is. I have a friend who's very good at this, but sometimes she will try and mirror back exactly what you said, and it's kind of like annoying.
Like a parrot?
It's like a parrot, yeah. So just try and get the essence of what's said. And next, person 1, do you want to say, or will I keep going?
You may as well.
So, what am I on? Sorry, I've missed it. Person 1 confirms if person 2 got it right or not. Yeah, I feel understood. That's exactly how I feel. Or, no, that's not how I feel. And just, not in an angry way, but just try and clarify, this is how I feel. And
Shall we show how to do it first?
yes, we
I
can
think
do it.
that's
Yeah.
Okay, that's the idea.
Yes.
Pardon me.
And that
So
last
we'll
one.
give some example and see if it
Yep.
fits in with where we're going.
Okay, so we'll give a typical scenario.
So
And
this is you and me.
This
and
is you and me, but this
Uh,
isn't an issue we have. So we just made it up, just so you know.
we've got lots of other ones.
We've got but this is not our issue. Okay, so here's me. You made those same old jokes about my cooking that you always make in front of our friends. And I've told you so many times, I don't like it when you do that. It makes me feel unappreciated and, frankly, embarrassed.
So I think what you're saying is that I shouldn't tell too many jokes when we have people over for dinner. So I think.
No, I'm clarifying. Jokes are okay. I don't mind your jokes. You're good at jokes, but not about my cooking. Okay, that hurts.
Okay.
It's not funny even.
Okay. So you're not appreciating my. You do appreciate my jokes.
I do. I like your
do.
jokes.
Okay. But you don't want me to go on about your cooking because it makes you feel. What,
Yeah.
what does it make you feel?
Embarrassed.
Okay, it makes you feel
It's
embarrassed.
personal. My cooking. It's very personal. So yeah, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't do that.
Okay, and you'd appreciate if I didn't make jokes specifically about your cooking.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So pretty much, I mean, that's not a great example, but it just gives you
An
the
idea.
sort of steps. So what we'd like you to do is to team up with someone, preferably someone that we might do. We're going to do something. We're going to get wait till this. So I'm going to ask you all to stand up in a minute, a few seconds, and I'm going to get you to walk around if you can. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can, walk around, and you'll end up with a random person. I'll clap a hand or something. You can just interact with that person. So I want you to maybe share something. See if you can think of a scenario that you want to make a statement, and the other person is going to try and reflect it back. You're going to try and listen to what the person's saying, and the steps are up there, right? Person 1 states what they feel about a recent conflict, some kind of conflict. Keep it brief. Don't get into a whole big story about it, but just basic. And then person 2 is going to try and mirror back exactly what they say, not like a parrot, but in the essence. What I hear you saying is something like that. Person 1 then confirms if the person 2 got it right or not, and person 2 modifies it until 1 is happy that they got it right. it's just a little chance to practice that idea of being able to reflective listening. Any questions on that? Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea. Yeah,
Sure.
please.
Good.
Okay, we can do that once round. Any other questions? Okay, so if everyone would just stand up, and as you're doing that, think about what you're going to do. Just move around. I've got a photographic memory, and I can tell if you're sitting beside the same person that you were with. So just move around for a second, and just walk around. Make sure you're not with the same person, and okay, just find a partner of any shape, size, gender, description. 12.
So we've got a half an hour. Hey, we're all right. We've got 15, 16, 17, up to 20, isn't it? So we've got
It's quite a bit, yeah. So I'll take this thing off.
you want to do it with me? I think we're just going to go through to 20 on this.
Are you feeling okay that we can get it through? Okay, good.
Something that happens
And they just give like
One more minute. Just try and finish off. 1 more minute.
Yes.
Tag it on for the
Yeah, because we've got the majority of cars and we can fasten it up.
I want to do a
Do we get feedback?
Yeah, I think we should do a little debriefing, just short,
What did they
very
find?
short. What did you find? Just take those through and then move on, otherwise we'll be too late.
Yes.
And what are we up to? 14, so we go on to 15. Love, not control. Okay. And we'll skip, there's one section. This has all been done. I did it with success.
Talked about
Yeah.
race to reflect.
So we'll jump, we won't need to do all that, right? In slide 16? Yeah. So I've done that, Jai Sheila. Responsibility. Issues with all
We're doing
100%.
some of it, aren't we?
Practical don't need to do
Yeah,
very
just
much,
very
a little
briefly. We'll
brief.
just go through
Yeah,
this.
very brief. We don't do this whole 100% again.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Okay, so we'll just 3, 2, 1. Listening. Yeah. Can everyone take their seats again, please? Thank you.
Like,
Which one?
I think so. Yep, pretty good. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Okay. Who's going to share what sort of their experience was in short?
We have
Just-
a mic. There's like 10 people watching online right now. So if you have a mic, they can hear you. If you don't have a mic, they can't hear the audience. They can only hear you.
Okay. So, who would like to just share their experience of that? Was it good, bad? You got some insight, or yeah? Okay, don't all rush at the same time. It's amazing, actually. Everyone was so what was the word?
Into it.
Lively into it.
Yep.
And now everyone's
Quiet. Okay,
Yay.
good on you.
I found it actually quite challenging
Mm.
because I automatically am already in the reflective mode of thinking of both parties while I was trying to come up with a problem. So it was kind of tricky for me to really
no problems, huh?
Well, yeah, you're kind of being compassionate to both sides. It was very confusing. But then I also realized I was doing it with another female, and I think our brains are so similar. And like, I think I would have had a very different experience if I did it with the male, because it just would have been so much. The contrast would have helped. Like, yeah. So that was
your experience.
that was my experience.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anything happen? Yes.
I noticed just for myself that if it's with someone that I don't know, if it's someone that I'm familiar with, I can express myself and be like, actually, no, rather than just saying, oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking or how I'm feeling. But for me, what came up was because I'm a little bit shy, if I don't know the person well, I'll just be like, okay, yeah, that's it. And then Mataji had to, they're like, okay, so did I get it right though? Like, you can be honest with me. And I was like, okay, well, no. And then I had to re-explain. So I just noticed that that's just a tendency of mine with people I don't know.
Yeah,
Good, thank
well
you.
done.
Could you pass it, Nashrinka?
I found it interesting because when I'm doing it just like an exercise like that, it's kind of easy. But actually to do it in our relationship, practically never happens. Sometimes, but not often. Yeah. It's just like, yeah.
I really appreciate your honesty there.
Yeah.
And what could that tell us? I'm not sure what it tells me, but I've got a sense that
I could speculate.
sorry?
I could speculate.
Speculate. Anything come up? What it might tell you?
Well, it's just, I think in your relationship, one thing I've noticed, at least from my side in our relationship, is we tend to slip back into patterns,
Definitely.
which you were talking about previously about, like looking at the patterns that are there. And so one of the things I've noticed with myself in my relationship with my wife is like something may happen, she may say something, and I just go back to a previous experience of that and just conclude, oh, this is that box, and I conclude that therefore this is what's going on here.
Yes.
Very good.
That's great observation.
95% I'm probably wrong.
Somebody had.
Yeah, yeah.
I just realized that it was a big difference when she approached me in a calm state, and then also it kind of like made me stop and listen more attentively to her and like feel how she feels better. Because if I'm attacked angrily, I want to defend myself because that's just how we are wired, right? Like I'm just going to protect myself. But because she approached me so calmly, it made me listen.
So
That's a big one, yes.
So calm as strength in
Yep.
the sense that it disarmed any fears that you had.
Yeah.
Like I was feeling bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to, a couple more comments and then we'll push on.
My wife and I were in Melbourne, and this is more or less a situation rather than. I'll just explain it to you. So we booked this Airbnb, and we arrived late in Melbourne, and it was raining heavily.
A little closer to the mic.
It was raining heavily.
Good man.
And we found our accommodation. It was off a street behind some shops. We had to walk up 2 flights of steps. And then to get into the place we had to retrieve the key, which was locked on a window frame, a steel window frame. And we couldn't get the key out. We couldn't open the lock. So then, and we tried for quite some time. And I just got frustrated with the whole scene. We're standing there in the rain, fighting with this lock. So I just went back to the car and started looking for another place to stay. But my wife, she's very calm and methodical. So she kept fiddling with the lock. She gave up in the end. And we searched for the email address of this place where we made the booking. And she sent off an email. I thought, this is hopeless. Sending off an email. Who's going to look at an email at 9:30 on a rainy Saturday night, And surprisingly, she did get a response. And between her and the lady that she spoke to, the lady called her, actually. And they worked out how to deal with this lock. But in the meantime, I was looking for a new accommodation. I just went back to the car and a half and started scrolling through the internet trying to find another place to stay. So I'm just trying to explain that I tend to be hyperreactive in situations, whereas my wife tends to be cool, calm, and collected. And through her cool, calm, and collected demeanour, she worked it out. And eventually we got into this place.
And you all live happily ever after?
Good one.
It was raining cats and dogs.
Whoa.
And there was no shelter at the door of this place.
Difficult.
So we're standing there in the rain,
Yeah.
even after we got the key, standing there in the rain trying to get into this place. That was just a tragic circumstance.
Thanks for sharing that
Thank
one.
you.
That's a real life situation.
Yeah, I can feel it, that one.
For me, I learned that instead of when Mataji, react, but I learned that instead of overreacting and work it out, like, okay, next time I do a better, my best to do a better, next time, not like, because she said, I want to be with my friend, but you're late. He reacted me, but I come down and I said, okay, next time I will prepare a better time that we can be there in next time, and this, the exact time that you need. Instead of reacting what she asked for me, and I calm and telling her that, okay, relax. I stay relaxed, and tell her that next time we do a better, best that we can be there.
Very good.
Right. When I'm picking up a thread through this dropping the flame that would be is coming through in all these.
Because
So
when husband ask, like we asking to our husband, like, and some mostly like the woman's attack. I told you to be here on time, but instead of overreacting, that okay, like we work out the best next time.
Yes, very good.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Okay, we better push on because the next. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Not too much. Okay, so we go to the next one.
50, is it?
Yes. So relationships, they grow from love. Srila Prabhupada said this many times, not out of force or control.
We hold. Sorry. Yeah.
Go.
It's okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's we can meditate that we hold people in relationship, whatever the relationship may be, with an idea of gaining love. We can serve our husband or our wife, our partner, out of dharmic, out of sense of duty, without love. But we don't need to settle for this. We're suggesting that it's absolutely, I was going to say quite, but absolutely healthy to develop love. We should have loving relationships. Vedic culture showed that there was such a deep bond of affection between a husband and wife that the woman would actually ascend the funeral pyre. When her husband died, she would voluntarily give up her life. Chances are she didn't just do it for the hell of it, or because she was bored or something, but she had so much love and affection for her husband that she couldn't consider living without him, and she would do it like that. Now, we're not suggesting that you do that. That's not the message here. But this idea of becoming attached, again, in our VIHE presentations, when people would come, I would say, okay, I've come to teach you how to become attached. And some people thought, wow, I'm in the wrong seminar. I thought this was a spiritual, we're talking about detachment. And then I'd say something to the effect that, well, if you don't get attached to your husband or your wife, you're going to get attached to somebody else's husband or wife. Think about it deeply, because it's actually very, very important to develop a loving, deep relationship, and that will bring some satisfaction to the inner self. Naturally, we base that around Krishna in the center of the relationship for both the husband and the wife. So, yeah.
Another nice quote from a lecture, Srila Prabhupada, about love and force. Yes, when we decide to be controlled by Krishna, it is out of our love for him. Similarly, you are being controlled by me, Prabhupada's talking to his disciples, but there is no force. You serve me voluntarily out of love. I'm not paying you. Still, when I ask you to bring something, you do it. Why? There is love between us. So that's the love principle that we need to develop, and it will help your relationship grow.
Okay, next slide.
Next slide. Okay, so we've done drop 1 and drop 2, and now we are on to drop 3. Drop the blame. Okay, so this is all about responsibility, which, as we said before, it runs through all the drops. You have to do anything, you have to accept responsibility. To do whatever it takes to make a shift, just like you were experiencing in reflection. in the communication breakdown. This means addressing the issues, reflecting, getting through them till the end, and getting back to that loving place, that place where you want to be.
So we've covered a lot of this earlier actually,
yeah.
about the acceptance of responsibility. 100%, not 50%, to do whatever it takes. And I think you will experience this when you use this method, that you'll be challenged on that, to give that 100% responsibility. But only when we do that, really, that it will come into its full benefit, if we can take that responsibility. There's a nice letter that I'm going to read to you, and it is called I Am Responsible. Oh, I think you've got to go on to slide 17.
Can I just say one thing?
Sure.
Just before that letter, it's important. So when you take responsibility for everything in your life, you recognize the issue as the problem and not the other person. Otherwise, we tend to think it's the other person. But if you can take responsibility, you can both work together to resolve your issue, not fix or blame the other person. 17.
So slide 17.
Yep.
And the animations, you can click it, I suppose. Yep. So we've used this picture of Srila Prabhupada. Things changed a lot when we took responsibility for our life. When you take initiation, when you make that shift in your life, doesn't have to be initiation, in this sense it's an initiation, but taking responsibility for your life to really consider all aspects of your existence, is amazing things start to happen. And if you don't take the full responsibility, you just get buffeted around this way and that with whatever comes to you due to your karma, etc. So this is if you stay with me, it's called I Am Responsible, and the author is somewhat unknown.
I tried to find the source, but there were so many different sources. I thought, okay, we just love this statement. So,
I am responsible. Perhaps the most important personal choice you can make is to accept complete responsibility for everything you are and everything you will ever be. This is the great turning point in life. The acceptance of personal responsibility is what separates the superior person from the average person. Personal responsibility is the preeminent trait of leadership and the wellspring of high performance in every person in every situation. The acceptance of complete responsibility for your life means that you refuse to make excuses or to blame others for anything in your life that you're not happy about. You refuse from this moment forward to criticize others for any reason. This ties very much into the nectar of instruction, and I won't go into that, but it's very much there. You refuse to complain about your situation or about what has happened in the past. You eliminate all of your if-onlys and what-ifs and focus instead on what you really want and where you are going. From now on, no matter what happens, say to yourself, I am responsible. If you're not happy with any part of your life, say, I am responsible, and get busy changing it. If something goes wrong, accept responsibility and begin looking for a solution. Just pause there. So things will definitely go wrong, and if we embrace this idea of accepting responsibility, and then we start looking for a solution, rather than blaming everyone else, like I do about technology. I keep looking for a solution, and I'll keep looking until we get something that works. Today we've gone for paper, and it's working not too bad, I suppose. But yeah, if you're not happy with your current income, accept responsibility and begin doing those things that are necessary for you to increase it. I'm breaking confidentiality, but like you're looking to maybe get a little income in a certain way and this and that. So we take responsibility for it. If you're not happy with the amount of time you're spending on your spiritual practices, for example, or with your family, accept responsibility for that as well and begin doing something about it. When you accept responsibility, you feel personally powerful. The acceptance of responsibility gives you a tremendous sense of control over yourself and your life. The more responsibility you accept, the more confidence and energy you have. The more responsibility you accept, the more capable and competent you feel. The acceptance of responsibility is the foundation of high self-esteem. I thought I'd just pause there for 1 second. Remind me, write it just on your notes, maybe while we make sure we send this out. It's a little PDF, you can have it. We've got it somewhere in the house we occasionally look at. Oh gosh, something that I haven't said, it's reminded me. There's a book somewhere, it might be on that table, that should get passed around. We can, remind me please, after, we can do it after lunch I suppose. Yeah, but it can start coming around. If you put your email address in the book, then we will be sending you the slides for this, and we can send you this document. And you'll also, we're preparing a podcast that we're going to hold maybe once a week. We're not sure if it's fortnightly, but there'll be a podcast so we can address specific subjects around this thing. So, acceptance of responsibility is the foundation of high self-esteem, self-respect, and personal pride. Not false pride. The acceptance of personal responsibility lies at the core of the personality of every outstanding man or woman. On the other hand, when you make excuses, blame other people, complain, or criticize, you give your power away. You weaken yourself and your resolve. You turn over control of your emotions to the people and the situations you are blaming or complaining about. You do not escape, there's only another paragraph. You do not escape responsibility by attempting to pass it off onto other people. You are still responsible, but you give up a sense of control over your life. You begin to feel like a victim and see yourself as a victim. You become passive and resigned rather than powerful and proactive. Instead of feeling on top of your world, you feel as if your world was on top of you. This way of thinking leads you up a blind alley from which there is no escape. It is a dead-end road on which you should refuse to travel. Wow.
We found that very powerful.
Yeah.
Read it a lot. So it's also in the book. We've put it in the book. So it's 12 now. Do we?
It's 12. Okay, so it's 12 and we said we'd finish at 12.
Yep.
Is that still in tune? Savannah, where are you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Is that
it
right?
Still a good time for 12 o'clock to finish so everyone can get, and then we come back at 2? Gives you a
Give
chance.
some time. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Any final questions before we go, and then we'll come back with what have we got? 3?
Yeah, we're still on
We're on
drop 3. We're nearly finished.
4 and 5.
Yeah.
To go.
First.
Prabhu.
And I thought along with that, it would be good to do iMessaging.
By messaging?
iMessaging.
Oh, iMessaging.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like, 'cause you then say, well, when you do this, and
Yeah.
so that kind of doesn't
Yes.
create a nice atmosphere to start with because you're attacking the person.
Yes.
When you do the iMessage,
Yes.
it tends to,
Yeah.
bring down the flame.
Important. Yeah. Yeah. There's lots of wonderful listening, speaking skills. We didn't go into all of them, but that is one of them. Yeah.
Sending iMessages.
Sending iMessages.
Anyone not know what an iMessage is? I thought there'd be a few of us.
Oh.
Sringa Kabaji, you want to briefly explain what an iMessage is?
Just to contrast, I can say, when you said this, then this caused me to feel, but
and I feel I'm going to defend myself.
Yeah,
You're blaming
immediately
me.
start to feel defensive. But when you say, when this happens to me, I feel like this, so immediately you're not attacking the person,
Yes.
and it just helps to make the conversation much easier. We try to practice that in our relationship with a degree of success.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not always.
Okay. Thank you.
It's non-violent
Sorry,
communication.
could you start from the
Yeah.
again with the mic, because it's use the mic.
if I understand the Shringer correctly, it's very much based on Marshall Rosenberg's nonviolent communication.
Yeah.
We practiced that a lot within, the first few years of our relationship,
Yes.
but also hearing Marshall Rosenberg's stuff.
Yes.
It was just reverberating through our apartment.
And it was helpful for you,
in
you
Melbourne.
felt?
It was really helpful
Good.
because neither of our conditioning was conducive to a really healthy marriage, in a sense, with what we'd learned,
Yeah.
know.
We haven't checked it out fully, but we did look at it, and
Yeah,
there's
we
a few
did.
devotees in New Zealand that are also
Following it,
you're
yep.
following that, and it looks pretty compatible with what we're doing and
Yeah.
suggesting.
Yes, yes.
So I
Thank
would
you.
advise. I think even we've got it in recommended readings in our book. I
Yeah,
think
maybe.
it's
Yeah.
at the back. Nonviolent communication is pretty good sort of stuff. Okay, did we decide we were going to finish? Oh.
Sorry, I don't know if I was paying attention. Going back a bit about like once when you're, I forgot what I was gonna say.
It's great that it's not only old people.
Yeah.
And when you're young, you can forget something too.
You forget your point.
It's like I'm gonna be reflective now, and I did it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. It's her turn to be reflective. It's constantly happening to me. How do you remind yourself, just make it about I need to continue being reflective and not
Sorry, I lost your voice faded right at the end of the last 2 sentences.
How do you make it remind yourself, no, I need to continue being reflective and not tell them or think they're not being reflective when it's their turn to, or they don't actually care, or they're not putting in their effort. I'm putting in my effort.
It's really good. Do whatever it takes. So that's this responsibility thing. So we might think, well, I took responsibility and I tried and then it didn't work. And I did it again and then I didn't try. I don't know what to do. So then we've got to take responsibility to what's next for me to take responsibility on here. And right now you're taking the responsibility of asking us a question, which is you're still doing it. It's good. So, yeah, what to do? Any thoughts, Vimal?
Just once you realize how powerful it is, that I reflect. When I reflect, I realize how it does open the door for my husband to reflect. So once I realize that, then I'm motivated to use it.
And
so,
I've got a thought, and I've got a thought, it's that, oh gosh, tricky. When you get a thought and by the time it comes back, the thoughts kind of disappears and you're thinking about what they've been saying. There was an answer to your question. I had it, but it's kind of, it'll drop back in a second.
Drop back in later.
So you have to have an authentic conversation. That might be the next step. So you could talk to if it was your wife or whoever the person is, and you could stay in a humble, open mood to try and gain deeper connection with the person. That you'd have to choose your own words according to who you are, and you'd be able to say to them, I just wanted to share with you, when you're calm, not when you're upset, that I've been really trying to reflect and see how things are for you, and it's a very sensitive one, because easily it could be you're blaming them and they're going to feel that you're attacking them. You're coming on saying, I've been trying to reflect and understand how it is for you, and etc. And you're not. So it's like a blame. So you'd have to think very carefully how to have that conversation. But then you might not. You might choose not to have that conversation, but because you'll get a better idea. Does that make some kind of sense? Oh, hold on. Mike.
Just like what you were saying, when you approach that conversation with a very humble attitude. I know that my partner, he's like, I'm taking responsibility for showing up the way I am, but we are in a relationship, which means there's 2 people accountable here. So it would be nice for you to reflect on how you show up in this situation. So it's like, yeah, it definitely you know, he's in the boat where it's like, I need you to like show up and meet me because I tend to always take responsibility. And it's like, he just mentioned it in a way that I was like, yeah, okay, I can show up for you and do that. Yeah.
So you didn't feel attacked.
I didn't feel attacked by him
because of the way he did it.
It was like an invitation to step into the circle and be
it's the
accountable
mood
for my
very nice.
actions.
Yeah.
Would that tie in with iMessages in some shape, way, or form?
Yeah.
I can see a connection a bit.
Definitely.
So
okay.
yeah, so it's a big arena, the arena of life and interaction with others. And Trinada Peace in Ichena, we hear, but we should be more humble than the straw in the street, more tolerant than a tree, etc. We hear it, and then hopefully one day we can practice it more and more. Okay, it's lunchtime. Please be back seated by, let's see, bang on 2 o'clock. Is that okay? All right. Have a break, and we'll see you then. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
He's always serving out.
Oh, you're serving the prasad and stuff, yeah. Yes. Oh, it's which Aiden. Okay, and he's switched on. Oh, I better take the mic off. It's most likely being
It'll be on the recording. Thank you. Thank you.
Talking about the experience that we only achieve when you start doing the seminar, what teaching people become attached, but become detached. Reminds me of the story of Priyavrata Maharaj. You know, when initially he was preached by Narad Muni, so he decided to take a path of renunciation, and then Swami Prabhupada wanted him to break population.
The heater went all right? Kept you warm? Yeah, we're warm. I think because you're talking all the time and you're stressing about everything.
But still, you know, and also like the story of Narada Muni. He's living in the cottage.
Because I just,
Takes care of his wife. Obviously, tremendous affection between them. But when it comes to the point,
and my
back in the
brain,
cottage.
just neurologically, I'm wired differently.
We've got to appreciate that we're talking about super exalted kinds of personality.
Some people do. It's not easy, but some people do have that patience, don't they? To just find the result.
That's why those stories are
I think because we've missed so much technology, we're not very, neither of us, so I can't really help much. That's why I said, let's just figure it out. Why do we have to follow technology?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I've just come to the realization and the personal acceptance that I'm wired differently. I'm
detached enough.
good and
So
patient
Prabhupada
with
spoke
other
about
things.
But not
And my husband's good and patient with technology.
You can help.
You know, so it becomes complementary, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it
Just
does,
the,
doesn't
you know, the strengths and so-called weaknesses.
Yeah, please. Look forward
But
to
it was
seeing the
very
second half because it
helpful
doesn't.
to
All
me.
this doesn't come to a conclusion. It kind of
Because
makes a lot of sense.
I think people are here out of vulnerability,
Yeah.
time, and this is really a large part of what this is about.
Yes.
You know, individuals and when we're sort of in close relationships, how to work all this stuff out.
Yeah.
So in this sense, it was
Daksha.
it was helpful to me because there's a certain sort of vulnerability
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the experiential learning of it all.
Yeah.
And you're great.
No,
You're great. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, it's awesome.
And you can help each other. One could be good at something and the other one, so you help each other. But you've got to be kind of like, you've got to be vulnerable and say, this is just not my thing. I'm sorry. I wish I could be more. And then the other person can help out of not frustration, but just to knowing that you've admitted humbly that you're not good at. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, and help out of love.
Out of love, yeah.
Yeah, which is, for me, that's a learning thing, just building those blocks. But part of what I'm saying is I think accept the mood perfectly.
Yeah.
in it
We've stuffed around
Yeah.
because
all
I would have
aspects
felt a
of
lot of
it.
internal frustration if I had to be
Men are being
running the IT like a
have to
husband
become
needed,
Yeah.
everything
and
to
I
the wife
probably
and family.
would have got
vice
that
versa.
sort of fright and flight
Yeah.
feeling and
Panic.
had to talk myself.
And we're trying to talk about ways where it
So that set
kind of
things
work.
perfectly for
Yeah.
me, at
Good.
least, and I think
Very fragile.
energy.
It's a flaming mess to use local accent.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a real stuff up.
It's not us. It's women too. Oh, we're stuck in their houses doing the laundry when they should be down in the creek with all the other women. Looking after them, chatting and having fun and complaining about the men and doing everything like that. You miss out. Anyway.
I mentioned that the other night. I don't. We're all victims. Steve Biddle, Australian writer.
He wrote Steve Biddle. He's about manhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 2 of his, 3 of his. Yeah.
It's big.
We're all victims of a dehumanized civilization which pitches men against women, and black against white, and it pitches all the people against each other. It's a dehumanized civilization. And men are like the toothless tigers in a suburban zoo. It's pretty good. So,
Hey, Jordan Peterson. Must have heard of Jordan Peterson.
Jordan Peterson, yeah, I think, yeah, that guy.
Maybe his name is Men Should Be Dangerous. They control us.
So,
No,
yeah.
actually, men are dangerous, but they should control us. See you at 2 o'clock.
Take Prashad, I think I'll need to eat something, but I've got an overload. I'll be really
Just lunch prashad, I don't know what it's like. 12:30.
It was yesterday.
Huh?
Yesterday, I think it was yesterday. It was fabulous. Whoever cooked on a Friday, it was so good. It was cauliflower course, which I usually wouldn't touch, but it was really good. Everything was good. The dal was good. The rice.
The lunchtime offering's the best one.
Yeah. So
I
good.
think. Just not vegan.
Spot on.
It's all cooked.
Yeah, it was good. And there was some sweet rice, which was really nice too.
It's about the only sweet you got, right? A little bit of sweet rice.
Yeah.
That's it.
It was good.
Okay.
Howdy, both.
Especially in the kitchen.
Yeah, she will cat in the area.
Kitchen. But I think it's because I try and take the matriarchal control of the kitchen. I've really got to be honest.
When he goes in the kitchen, talking about the cat,
Yeah.
when he goes in the kitchen, I leave him to it.
I've
Can't get in the kitchen, he's got to.
I've
So we
told
do it
I've told her that she shouldn't be. She knows that when I'm in the kitchen, it's only a small kitchen. We have a very small
We have a
kitchen.
tiny
But and my wife goes in and she can go. And this is going on and that's going on, and I'm one thing at a time, one box, you know. And so we occasionally are in there together, but not much.
Occasionally, but we give each other space.
Space, yeah.
That's an area that I know he leaves his vest on his own.
Yeah.
I stick my vest on my own because he can't handle my kind of style. And fair enough, we're different.
Something about the kitchen. After 23 years, after 50 years, there's something about the kitchen.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in the kitchen.
I managed to identify that a few years ago. It's the kitchen.
It depends how hungry you are too.
Well, that's like the third alternative we've done. We didn't kind of sit down, but I just realised he needs space in the kitchen, and I'm fine. You know, when I'm in the kitchen, it's easy. So it works.
Yeah.
And if we
try
don't,
to do it
and
together.
occasionally we'll sort of tune in that, is this okay? Yeah, and
Yeah.
we'll kind of know that, okay, we'll do it together here a bit, but we know this is only very temporary too, because
Not
there's
for
a
a
rush
long
or something,
time.
somebody's waiting and we've got to,
Yeah. Enough is enough.
yeah.
I trip over my husband's feet.
Yeah, big cat.
Good. Years and years ago, I thought he was deliberately giving space in the kitchen.
open, and then something went wrong. He'd say, "Well, that's what's never happened before, but it's happened now." Gosh, I put it in a bag. Yeah, he's got the heart. And I used it down the paper. We'll just leave it and then I'll take you through.
Okay. I'll just close it.
that we have to get that book.
His mouth, my mouth. Yeah, he's got that cable plugged into his. I don't know if he stole mine and done it or what. That's most likely what he's done. It's my cable. Three books? Cable, I think. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, that's all right. We're early to.
We might have a fight or two, so
You can tell us what to do.
you can tell us how to drop the flame. There are two, I'll explain this when we start the thing, but there's two books here. You'll see one's called Relationship Rescue Remedy. So that one is very similar, pretty much the same book, but it's written for the general public more. I mean, the quotes and references are to mainstream general public stuff, and the Satvik Sangha is more quotes from Hare Krishna type things. And so if you, either yourself, you might want one of each, or you might have a friend that wants. So basically, they're the same book, but just a little more Krishna speak in Satvik Sangha, and the other one is.
Yeah, general public. I
Yeah.
think that's a good way of saying
The
it.
general public.
Thank you, it's very kind. And hopefully the second session will complete and move. Thank you. When the computers are all going crazy and it's not working, I better take responsibility and sort it out. Yeah. And sometimes it can be easy to practice, and other times it's not easy to practice when it grabs.
But once you've got the awareness, you know, I am responsible.
Yes.
And then you find out, like, okay, it's me, not everyone else. I've got to be able to respond, not react. That's another big thing, how we react instead of responding to situations. It's easy, isn't it? You just react, but you don't get anywhere, whereas if you respond, you can do something. Right.
Coming to you, to your action. It's another opportunity to say, we can do about it.
And what year was that when you became
What's your good name? Do we know each other at all, or where did you become a devotee? What year did you connect?
You left. Yeah, so that's why we got known from what you know, as soon as you look at it, we went to about 50 years.
It gets faster, faster, and faster.
Is this Valentine's around the computer? It's just you and that With the gift.
Oh, good. You'll be able to tell quickly if I do, but I don't know if you really. So we're going to connect that to the screen. that follows. Okay, okay. Oh, so we got in there. So if I go into, what's it called? Some family transfer there, or the
You don't have to do that. Because you want to see the sidebar, right? Let's say it's so.
Okay, yeah.
So you can just.
I can still have that and that, but not about this.
Yeah.
So we file that, so you can get it. So if I, just go back to the animations, how do see them?
Oh, this is the thing.
It's not.
Do it this way. If you want to, just choose one. Have the slide, have this film strip, or have your animation. Have the.
I need to be able to check if the animations are working to go into
Slides.
Slides. I'm just going to see if I go back to that. So when that's happening on the screen.
So you can leave like that? Yeah. Okay.
Should work. I think it will.
Yeah. And you'd rather that way, or just well, compared to. This thing. You don't like it.
Could do.
No, yeah,
Right now,
yeah.
I think
Because this one you can really see like one before and one after, but you don't want that. So you like the way it's there.
That's giving me the notes. These notes are exactly the same.
Yeah.
As on there.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see.
So people can still see the PowerPoint up there.
And I can scroll down and see them.
Yeah.
And then come to the end and then click the next one. If you click the next one, I just go to that one.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that.
What's the difference between this? That's the one that's up there just now. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one that's up there now. Let's see, click it. So that I can. I don't know. There's some. There you go. That's what happened. Oh, this time really. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. If I keep pressing, I'll get something. So to go back, it's the previous one, and I have to keep doing it.
Yeah.
Keep going previous. That's what's up in the board. Whatever's in here. And if I click on it, anything happens or not?
No, it's not.
So to make this move, so that,
Yeah, you can click that.
I need to go to next.
Or you can click this
Oh.
left and right.
Okay. So that will take me to next.
Yeah.
Nothing happens, but because this has got
Sometimes the animation will push.
yeah, a little.
Yeah.
It should be easier. Okay, so you done that one shot first, and then you go in there, and then come up to that. Send that session. Okay, so you could try using that one. There we go.
So you like it like this, or was it for just the whole screen?
You could try that for this one for me. So I'll need this to scroll it, or you do this, right? Or,
No,
that's it.
to scroll here,
Yeah.
you can use it. So,
So we start again. go back one animation, so let's go there.
Yep.
That means it maybe just not have that somewhere else. I'll just stick it. Give it a
Okay.
see where it is. Yeah, thank you.
Taking responsibility. Good on you. He's a
And
good
they'll
on you.
crawl under the table, fail. So this is what I mean. He probably doesn't even know this. Don't think he loves me no longer. He's nearly forgotten the mother. He's just one of those thinking about
Quite simple, huh? What did he get?
He said he's got a mango fish.
You do. I mean, I'm mad as hell. Not that I've got anyone you can do that.
I would have a look at it and then I think
You probably. It's got a lot of stuff. You know, they just sometimes on YouTube. People just but the fact that it really just really not the fact. This book's considered so
Thanks for sharing. The reasons and answers are really
Usually yeah, okay, I'll put it in, we'll give it a, on the back. So we do. Okay, keeps out temptation, and it keeps we've got to work.
You've worked it anyway. I'm just saying, we'll give it a minute. He reckons it'll be good. He's doing optimism. Good.
You're not so optimistic.
No. I just. So what do we have to? Which one?
Unfortunately, I don't have the cable to extend this camera, so that's probably the best way for me. But online, this is what it looks like. The audio is clear when you be at the mic. Yeah. Yeah. The cable's really short. Not put the camera here, but if you can hear my smartphone. So. They don't know what you look like pretty much. Well, they've seen the posters. So most of them are local. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they can hear it. Yeah.
You won't realize how old we are because you can't see us.
Hare Krishna. Is that working? No. Hare Krishna. I can't even tell.
3, 2, 1.
Hare Krishna.
It looks like it's on, right?
Yeah, that green.
Yeah. And we'll just need to adjust the.
She's a caregiver, Chitra lady.
3, 2. For the French. In France. I have a French accent. Which girl is it? Which one?
Waiter and his wife.
Yeah, tell me later. Yeah, I get the idea, but who the people and blah blah blah. Right. Remember, I've got boxes open here. Let's start with a small kirtan. Oh, gee. The kartals aren't quite right. We're just surprised. We're waiting on 1 or 2 or 3. Lunch might have got the better of 1 or 2 or 3 as well. But hey, let's see. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivise Sunyavari Paschatya Deshatarine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavari Paschatya Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Jai Sri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jam Vishpad Paramahamsa Paribraj Gacharya Stotra Shri Srimad Divine Grace Abhay Charana Ravinda Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Hare Krishna Maha Mantra Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru, Shri Gauranga.
Hare Krishna. That's it. It's going.
Oh. Who had lunch up at the temple? Put your hand over here. Yeah, pretty good, huh? It was pretty nice, I thought.
Very nice.
It was it was nice, really nice today. And yesterday's lunch just blew me away. It was so good.
Nice.
There was an old favorite there, and it was called cauliflower pakoras. And I haven't had a cauliflower. They were crispy, crunchy, and hot. And I was like, wow, these are so good. I hadn't had them for a long time like that. I don't know, but the whole, all the preparations were just first class. So.
Yes. Yesterday. Shastra Chakshus cooked.
Yesterday?
Because someone told me, but I couldn't remember the name until you. Yep.
Anyway,
So
all
very
glories
nice.
to Krishna's servants, cooks. So we're going to. Oh, you ready to say something?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're going to continue on from responsibility we just had a couple more slides on it. Such an important point, so it's worth going into it a little bit more. So the worst part of blame. So the worst part of blame is by blaming, you actually give up your power. It's someone else's problem. It's not my problem. And so I can't do anything. So you become helpless. So that's one of the worst parts of blame. You got that? Okay. Good. And next, it feels like others, circumstances, events all have that power over you. Disempowered again. And lastly, the most destructive consequences from blaming is that it leaves you thinking and feeling and acting like a victim. So when you're a victim, if you think about it, you can't do anything. You're a victim. So if we give up our power by blaming, then we have to suffer that. And it's not fun.
And you might think I was upset this morning with all the technology. It was just a show. I wasn't at all. Sorry. But I'm trying to reset myself or take responsibility. It may blow up at any moment, but for me, but I felt like I was a victim and I lost all my power, and it was a real pain for you and me and everyone. So it's not a good place to be. So I thought I better just see if we can do something. And then if it doesn't work out, then I'll come up with something else and try.
Yeah.
My wife still gets her gold. She gets her gold medal earlier. Okay, so there's a wonderful quote from Bhakti-tirtha Swami, from a book that they published from Bhakti-tirtha Swami, Spiritual Warrior. And he says, people who always position themselves as the victim will never grow. They always think that other people are hurting them in some way, although it could be a reality. If they anticipate and look for it, they will just create that around them to an even greater extent. So yeah, it speaks for itself, really, doesn't it? Okay, we'll go on from there. Next.
So how do we give up the victim mentality? Take responsibility. That's how you give it up. I was once counseling a devotee who was having difficulty in her relationship, and it wasn't an abusive, I mean, if you're talking about abusive relationship, that's a whole other thing. It wasn't abusive or anything, but she could not see that any of it had anything to do with her. No matter how, I was trying to get her to see a little bit that maybe there's something you could do, you can take some responsibility, and she couldn't see that. So after a while I realized there's nothing I can do, because there's nothing she wants. She wants him to change everything. He's got to change this, that, and that, and it's nothing to do with her. So eventually I realized there was nothing more I could do, and I had to let it go. And predictably her relationship crumbled, and yeah, I felt very sad, but you can only help those who want to be helped. So that's the case of a victim mentality.
Oh, it also takes humility to shift our focus from blaming the other person. We should assume that our spouse holds best intentions towards us. Want to say anything about that, Vimala? Because this is your kind of stuff, I think.
Yeah, we talked about it before a little bit, but that be kind to ourselves and be kind to others, because you're being unkind to yourself when you think someone's got a bad intention, and you're being unkind to them by assuming that their intention is bad. So we're perceiving something that might not be there, and so until we find out, let's be kind. I always say it, let's be kind to myself and kind to others.
Yeah.
So
whenever anyone would write to Srila Prabhupada complaining about their god brothers or god sisters, Srila Prabhupada would always encourage the complainer, you be the good example. He always threw the responsibility back to the complainer. Yeah, often it's like that. We feel that there's something needs to be adjusted or changed, and Srila Prabhupada would say, you do something. You don't criticize, but go on and show some example, and that would be the best way to deal with it. And there's a quote from Srila Prabhupada, where it's coming from, Letter to Gaura Sundra in 1972, August 26th. If there is some incident, and I claim that no one is cooperate. I'll just push it further forward or something. Okay. Thank you. If you can hear me still, yeah, all right. Okay, good. If there is some incident and I claim that no one is cooperating with me or no one will work with me, that is my defect, not theirs. The Vaishnava devotee must think like this. We should not find fault with others and criticize and then go away. That is not the Vaishnava way. Better we should always be willing to offer all respects to others and consider them as our superiors always. So in summary, accepting responsibility means, and it's specifically in this context of relationships, interrelationships, taking responsibility means doing whatever it takes, and I've mentioned that earlier in the first session, to do whatever it takes to calm yourself down, drop the flame, to become fully conscious of what's happening, so that we deal with in the first drop. Being open to understand how it is for the other person in the relationship, and modifying my perceptions, as Vimala was just explaining. And that's getting into reflection. And now Vimala is just going to explain this part.
And what we've just gone over now, stop blaming others, accept responsibility. That empowers you to see what needs to be done.
Yeah, it's like if we're thinking, my wife just has to change in some way, and we blame it, we're stuck. Or my husband, he's great, but usually that big word, that 3-letter word, but. I love him so much, but. And we focus on the but. We don't focus so much on the I love him and all the good stuff, but vice versa for male and female. So that's another kind of blaming. And if we take the responsibilities we mentioned 100% to do whatever it takes, then it'll be quite amazingly empowering. And and it will empower others to accept, as we take on responsibility for these things, the other person will also feel, maybe I should try doing that too.
Okay, so that's that one finished.
Okay, what have we got there? Was that the whole thing finished? Yep. That one?
Yep.
So regaining your power. So that took us, I think, to the end of session 1. So it's time to go home. Oh, sorry. Prabhu. Use a biggest voice as you can, because microphone. Sorry, thank you.
If you don't get a relationship off on the right foot, that means being compatible from the start. It's going to be very difficult, isn't it?
Yes and no. We're going to deal with that.
It's not that two people can ultimately be compatible just by material arrangement. If their characters are too different, it doesn't matter what changes you make, there'll always be clash, isn't it?
You're saying a lot of things, and each one practically needs to respond because it's a whole picture. So basically what I'm getting is that you're saying that if you're not compatible, it's not going to work.
Basically, yeah.
So what to do?
It seems like the initial choice is very important.
Absolutely, great idea. That's why in culture, Vedic culture, there was consideration mother and father, because they look. That's the whole. We can unpack that, but yeah, it's important. So I'm trying to get what's the kind of question or point.
I guess you have to be able to assess the situation and figure out whether this is workable or not. You're just trying to patch it up all the time by two characters being completely different. I think you can always resolve things.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to think to respond, but sorry. Carry on then, and then I'll try and respond.
I guess we're trying to assess when a situation is hopeless or whether it's workable.
Okay, so is that it?
Yeah.
And then I can, okay. So we're going to suggest that anything is salvageable. It's not there's no guarantees here. We're not going to say you use this and it's absolutely 100% guaranteed. You use this process and it's all just going to be guaranteed. That would be foolish or presumptuous to suggest that. What we are suggesting that for many people, we haven't had the training. We haven't got, so that's one thing, training, and the other are the tools. We don't really know how to work through an issue. Therefore, we keep butting heads in various ways. But if you have certain tools, before we decide to say, we're just not compatible and there's no chance, etc., try this. And we're finding quite a lot of success because many devotees have now got a few tools to see things. And as we get through this, I think you'll get a composite picture eventually where it makes sense that this could work if I change. Because we're looking at a shift in our consciousness actually in functioning in this way. And drop 5, we'll get to that, where you actually think, wow, this is a different way of trying to interact. When you're looking towards the pouring the energy, we need to get there. We'll end up doing it, but we better. So if you bear with us, usually we don't ask for questions during this because usually it's you get the whole picture and then you go, okay, and then questions. So if you could park that, it's a valid thing what you're saying. But if you could just park it for a bit, and then when we get to the 5th drop, and we're talking about that, and then please, I would like you, if you would introduce that then and see if we've got any answers to that. Okay, so, yeah. Don't throw it out just yet. Tell Rati she's okay. I'm joking. my wife, sorry, Papa? That's a great start. It's a good place to start.
That's reflection.
Because that's the only person you can change. You can't change your wife. You can only change ourselves. That's the only person you can possibly change. I was going to say something else that was quite pertinent, but it dropped out. We'll come back to that. Okay. Where did we go?
So we're up to the next one, I think.
Was that the end of session? Okay, we go to the next one. Okay.
So we've done the first 3 drops. Drop the flame, drop the vein, and drop the blame. So we've got 3 drops. Can anyone remember what they are? Drop the flame, what's that?
In a
it's
nutshell.
The first
yes.
drop. Yep, that came up for you, yeah. Dropping it, anger, good. And what about the vein? Drop the vein, yep. Yes, vanity, vain. It's not all about me. Good. And blame, drop the blame. What's that one? Yes.
It's like, sorry, I'm putting in. Drop the vein is like, it's not all about me, and then drop the blame is, it's not all about them either.
Yeah. It's not about me, and it's also not about them. Good one.
And it connects to accept responsibility.
Yes.
So and things start to shift as we go forward. Simply stated, reset. That we've put up there, we put the word, it's not up yet, is it?
No.
There you go. Managed to click the right button.
So drop 4 is drop the pain. And this is all, if you've got first through drop 1, drop 2, and drop 3, you're ready, you're in a place to work on your dispute, work on your conflict or your upset, because you're on the same page. You're working together now. If you've not you've given up your anger, you've been in reflection, you've taken responsibility, let's work through this.
And you're getting to a place that you would like to be in.
Yes.
It's not comfortable being in anger and all of that stuff and fighting. And then you've gone to the reflective part of it and understanding how the other person is, and you've taken responsibility to work together to make progress. And you're back to a place where you can sort of feel more comfortable. You think, oh, it's nice to be back here.
Yes.
And then you can put your heads together and deal with the issue if it's...
Yes. So, so you're back to your good place, your higher self, your loving place. But someone once said to us, a couple we were counselling, they said, in our relationship, how can we get back to that loving place? We don't even remember that loving place. We've had so many conflicts and resentments.
And
so
that connects a bit to Prabhu's kind of statement where it's really not working very much at all, and somebody feels like that. A loving place, I don't even know what you're talking about. We're always arguing, we're always at it.
And we've never resolved our arguments. That happens. So unfortunately, when we don't have the tools to deal with stuff that comes up in our relationships, it seems like there's two options. One is to throw the baby out and forget it and call it quits and so on. And the other option is to sweep them under the rug. We fantasize that's going to fix it. I've got it out the way. I don't want to have to get into conflict. And it's natural in a relationship to get to that place where you don't want, because you know what it's like being in conflict, and it's not pretty and it's not nice, not enjoyable. So you don't want to go there, so you think, well, let me not make a big issue of this. I'll just kind of ignore it. It was a bit of an upset, but look, let's stick it under the rug and consider that it's not there. And then what happens is you have another little upset in another few days' time or whatever it is, and you keep sweeping stuff under the rug. So I've got a feeling that... I'll just add a comment to that. And eventually what happens is couples who do that, they start to live very separate lives. They might still be together, if they are, but they'll just kind of do their own thing, never coming together, not communicating, but okay, this is the way it is. They'll settle for that. So, beware of sweeping stuff under the rug. It never works.
Oops. So we've already talked to this, really, eh? So it's just a graphic showing that that attempt is there. Out of good intention, don't want to cause chaos, so let me just ignore it. But what will happen is that it builds up those unresolved issues and they finally explode. And that I'm sure, experienced that all of a sudden something small becomes a massive explosion, and you think, well, God, I didn't say anything that much or do anything, and it's just a big explosion. It's because all that undealt with stuff is just waiting to explode, and whammo, it explodes.
So we've got an activity here for you.
Okay.
Another think, pair and share. So if you look into your relationship, see if you recognize some of the unresolved issues that you've been stuffing under the rug. And the hint is that there'll probably be patterns that you've been kind of issues that come up again and again and don't go away. And just share with someone how this is negative, how it's impacted your relationship negatively, usually. And if you could just share that with each other.
Okay, so maybe 5 or 7 minutes or so.
Yep.
Think of something.
If you can, if you've got something.
Pattern you've got. So we'll give you a minute or two to mull it while we're talking. An issue that comes up. Washing those dishes or cooking those meals or taking the kids to school, or give me some other, anybody else? What other things could it be that are patterns possibly? Cleaning the house, yes. It might be a pattern that, okay. Anything else? Okay. So, sorry, what happened?
He was
He
saying,
said he's not following
it's like stuff that you brush under the rug. It could be, it's usually issues that you brush up that you don't talk about.
So, like, for example, we used our map issue. So maybe we tend to No, my wife might, or I might not want to bring it up. So we're having arguments about the maps. Yes, with me?
Yeah.
Sorry, Prabhu, I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I couldn't see it, and it's easy. You can hardly see. There's a big window behind you, so there's a lot of sort of glare. So yeah, that issue. So it could be that I wouldn't want to bring it up because I know it's going to spark a whole thing, so I sweep it under, or my wife doesn't want to bring it up in case she gets a big reaction and she thinks, oh, I'll just ignore it. And we get the little kettle that you went to buy and you kind of, well, I got through that, but it's under the rug and it's ready to, yeah. So those are an example of a pattern that gradually might build up.
Until
So we're asking you to think of something in your experience. It doesn't have to be with your wife. It could be in anything that comes to your mind of anything you tend to sweep under the rug. And I don't think I'm seeing the facial expressions. Maybe I didn't get. No one. Oh, it's all right. Sorry. As I say, I'm really struggling to actually see features from you because it's anyway. It's bright at the back and dark at the front, so I can't see you very well. Is that okay? Okay, cool.
Okay, so have a little talk, just a chat about it.
Okay, partner up. You may as well. Hold on. We better get you up out your seats. Okay, everybody stand up and move around, and don't go with the person that you were with last time. Make sure it's somebody new. Just share, and then we'll ask you to share back what comes up. Okay, remember, not the same person again. Die. And yep. Two guys, that's okay, whatever. As you like.
Look at those two.
Can you check with me? Come close. He said that this what I've got on here is exactly what you've got on here. Is it? It is. That's, where is that?
We typed it out and I changed some things here, so it might not be the same.
That's what I'm seeing it a couple of times. So
But that
that's
was our thing. We took it and then we changed some things, so you will find that we didn't change it on there. So you will find that to be a problem.
So what we
check
need.
in with there.
So for future, I'll get him to transfer this if he can.
We will, yeah.
He can. Oh, anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Where did we get to? That one. Glasses. I don't want to scratch my eye. Accept responsibility. So we don't ask people to share with us, so it's okay. Yeah. And we just see where it takes us. What are we trying to actually?
See if they can recognise that they sweep things under the rug and don't discuss them.
And this is drop 4.
Yeah, and they may not want to share, and that's fine. Just ask if anyone wants to share quickly. Good news. It sounds pretty awful. This is you. Is that what you've got on there?
Oh, hold on. So I've got to click to see them. I've got to click to the next slide. So. And I've seen that, so I'll do it now. Yeah, okay. It's pretty much the same, isn't it?
Yep.
And
It's good to get them talking.
yeah. Is that you or me? That's all black and all this.
Yeah.
So
And
where
then
is where is the good news? Where
This
is?
is me. After that,
But that's in blue.
that's me. That's after this. We haven't done this yet.
Slowly. The good news.
Yeah. So you don't have to go through all of them. Here's the good news. It's been.
So I'm sorry. That's 24.
You've got to
That's
go up.
have I got to
too
click?
far. No. Here. Up here. Yeah.
You mean?
Yes.
That's anyway.
Down, up.
Go up there,
away.
down. Yeah, yeah.
Go up to go down.
So that's me.
Yeah.
And then it's, but, yep. And then it gets to you. Where? That's blue. I can't even see the blue practically. It's, yeah. Well, anyway. Okay, so it's pretty much the same.
Give him a little longer. Go into it.
We've gone to 4. We're on 24, right? And how many slides have we got totally? 33. Okay. So the key factor here, see I can't see the shit, you've got it up there. You don't have to revisit all this stuff. Acknowledge it, let it go, move on. Be amazed at the positive difference. Okay, so I'll do that. Okay, I'm just about into it. I picked up again. One more minute just to finish off. Okay, if we could just find your seat again, and we'll take a few people to share what came up. Thank you. Okay, so who's the first one that wants to share? We'll 3, 2, 1, listening, magic, click. 3, 2, 1. We used to do that in the classroom with the kids. 3, 2, 1, listening, magic, click. It used to work, but adults are hopeless. I can't get it. Okay. Sorry?
Yeah, it's nice to see, actually. True, true. Yeah.
They don't quite say it that way, but that's what they're thinking, yeah. And what was interesting, I think we'll find some interesting shares, because we had guys sharing with each other, and we had ladies sharing with each other, and we had men and women. And some, it seemed to me, I couldn't pick up exactly, but there would be managerial things I got a feeling, and all kinds of relationships. So, who would like to just share for a moment or two? Prabhu.
So, I was discussing with God Prabhu about some of the things that I have to deal with in my service. And I mean, sometimes you can have effect, but sometimes I see that if I keep pushing it, it'll damage the relationship. So better to let it go. I don't see it, maybe some people see it as sweeping under the rug, and I do get criticized.
There's a difference between letting it go and sweeping it under the rug.
So maybe you could define that.
Maybe I could, maybe I can't, but okay, but I'll try. So, letting go of it would be that you're able to assess the situation. You think, well, I value this friendship more than this little point or this issue. So
It's not a little point; it's a major point.
Okay. He keeps moving the goalpost here. You're not moving them. You're just making them clearer. Yeah, so it's a major point. So then, run me through it again, if you can. Just bring me back into it, the discussion.
Well, it's just dealing with a particular temple president. They established a set of deities in the temple without permission. They have like a really, really low standard of worship.
Don't go into the details if I can, Coach. There,
but the point is like, if I really try to push that at a higher managerial level, it will irreparably damage the relationship.
Okay. So you're using your discrimination. They say discretion is the better part of valor. You know that expression, discretion. So you've used your discretion. You decided that you're not going to bring that up. Now you could say that that's sweeping it under the rug. So I mean, there's so many ways we could take this in a discussion. If if you park it for the time being under the rug, so you might pop it in there because you don't want to blow it up. But I would suggest, if you're thinking and praying to Krishna, that please give me the intelligence how to deal with this. Because
I'm just waiting for the opportune moment, just to see when the time is right.
Yes.
Because right now it's not right.
So you've not swept it right under the rug. You just swept it to the edge because it's not the right timing.
Well, I'm not kind of like agitated by it because there's no point. But I know I have to deal with it at some point.
And there's a book called Crucial Conversations.
Yeah, I know that. I have that book.
So they're challenging.
When the stakes are high.
When the stakes are high, and you've got to you're going to have a conversation. So one idea would be to choose the right time to have that conversation. So it doesn't have to be immediately. I read the book. Go have a crucial conversation. We need to have a crucial conversation tonight or tomorrow to your person. So we use our God-given common sense as to how to do that. But if we're consciously aware that this is something that has to be dealt with, and we try and find the right time. Sometimes you might solicit some help that might be able to help.
And it's how it's dealt with too, right? It's not just whether you deal with it. So if it does come up and you can deal with it, and if you can deal with it in a way that's not going to attack or,
If you send your iMessages, would be a great idea.
Yeah, there's ways around it, because that's what we're saying here too. You don't sweep it under the rug, but you also don't throw it at people, all this stuff, right? It's done in a gentle way where it doesn't make people want to defend. You're not attacking. There's no attack there.
But he's a New Yorker. I don't think he'll do stuff.
He's
like
a New Yorker.
You're a New Yorker?
No, he's not a New Yorker.
The devotee I'm dealing with is a New Yorker.
Okay. So you think...
That's a really different...
Braja Bihari used to joke about that. He said, in New York, he said, we just kick the door in. When they're saying, we're so good mates, you just kick the door as you go in, sort of thing. That's such a rasa going on.
Yeah.
Might be hard.
Yeah.
So crucial conversations is quite a big thing. I know I've got one in my life just now, and I've got it sort of on the edge of the rug, but I know it's there, and I've got to have a crucial conversation, and it's really challenging, and I'm suffering due to not having it, but I'm trying not to suffer too much. It's something that has to be done. Anybody else had some sharing? Yes, pop the mic over there, please. Thank you.
Can you hear? It's very difficult. It's very difficult to...
It's very low at the moment. These batteries are getting chewed up pretty quick.
People speak at different volumes.
True.
Okay, I realize we're talking here often about inter-adult relationships, but managing relationships with children, teenagers, have you got any clues about how to deal with them when they're just doing what they want in your house, and
It's a great... Gosh, you turned me up too. Oops. Okay. We deal with that tomorrow in the... Are you here tomorrow or not? You're just here for the day, or are you here?
It came up in our conversation with the person I had a conversation with. that it's just very difficult to engage with teenagers who are so wrapped up in themselves and they won't want to, and they're living with you, but, they're showing sort of the respect perhaps that's required, and you're trying to, deal with them on a decent level, but it's just, it's very difficult with teenagers because they're so wrapped up in themselves, and it's all made very difficult, of course, now with technology.
Oh, yes. Yes, we've seen that and heard that so many times. Yep. Is that working?
Hardly.
Hare Krishna. Nope.
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
all right.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, teenagers and children, it is a different approach. The same principles can be there to have those talks in a non-threatening way.
And we're going to be discussing briefly, please remind us when we get to drop 5, it's all about pouring on the energy, the positive energy. So see if you could remind us there, it might connect to that. And we deal with it more fully in the one about nurturing children, big and small.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. It's a shift in the energy. The tendency is always for us to see when people are doing things wrong. So for example, you mentioned they're doing certain things, they're not respectful and stuff. So we tend to think if we point that out to them, even however nicely we do it or badly we do it, whatever, point out that might help. That might help them. Chances are not so much. But if you're able to learn the art of being able to see the greatness in, is it a daughter, is it a son, is it just to help me get.
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's teenagers. That's
Just
all.
teenagers,
They're
generally.
all a bit difficult at that age.
Yes, yes.
They're different. They're on a different planet at that point.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, it's interesting. Men and women are on different planets, according to Mr. John Gray, that we all know. We're all quite out there. So, point being that if we can learn the art of being able to shine the great, show the children or the teenagers and connect with them when they're doing stuff right or they're not doing something wrong that they could be doing wrong but they're not. So that's a whole art of how to do that. And then instead of showing them how they're a pain and how you're you know the story. Yeah. Instead you're looking, and we're going to deal with that briefly I think here.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate your question, thank you. All right, let's move. Oh, so somebody else. Okay, we can move to the next one. Okay. So is that, here. What we got? Here's the good news. Oh, there's some good news here.
So we've been talking about stuffing stuff under the rug. So the good news is...
Is that me?
Yeah,
Blank.
it's you, sorry.
Yeah. I'm just trying to follow this
Okay, sorry.
system here. So the tendency can be that what we are presenting here is that you can start your relationship off afresh pretty much by using this approach. The tendency in relationships that are not working is that you need counseling, and that's a normal. You need to get counseling, and the tendency there is we go back and we analyze the past, and it's like a day in court, so to speak. He said that, and he did this to me, and he was really abusive here, and you're talking to your counselor, and the counsellor has to hear the other story, and it goes back and forward, and we dig up all the stuff about the past. Creates a lot of trauma again if you go in that direction, and it's not really that successful, to be honest. That's the statistics are showing. They ask you to recapture your emotions and your feelings, and then trying to let go of them, and etc., and thinking that that's going to really help. It costs you a lot of money too. So let me see. Drama costs a lot and generally not very successful. Yeah, we covered that. So this process is going to be different from that. So you can come in there.
And what we say is that you don't have to pull it all out, all those past resentments, those conflicts, because they're patterns. They will come up again. Don't brush them under the rug because they are patterns, but deal with them each time they come up, and then you won't have anything under the rug. But you don't have to pull the rug up and revisit every conflict or conflict pattern that you have. Just be confident. Now I've got a way of dealing with it, and so next time that pattern comes up, this is what I'm going to do.
So, instead of fixating on the past issues, we take shelter of, and we're going to suggest a spiritual solution to help us create a new way forward. The next step is so simple, but at the same time, it works like a magic formula. Click. No. There. Acknowledge it. Yes. Let it go. Have you got more notes? That's all the notes you've got too.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to click through them. Follow this 5-drop formula and be amazed at the positive difference. Okay, here is the magic formula. Remember, you'll get these slides. Oh, could you grab that? Make sure you've put your name in there. You'll get the slides from this. We'll send them to you along with a podcast when it comes through, and you connect to that, and we'll send you a couple of links to some books. I'll just do it right now while I'm thinking. This book is a book. It's called. Oh no, it's All Children Flourishing. It's the next seminar tomorrow, right?
It's tomorrow.
It's
It's
really
about children.
Anyway,
That one.
come tomorrow and get that one. Those two books I've already explained to one or two people. So that's the book that we're working with just now, Sattvik Sangha. This is pretty much the same book. It's called Relationship Rescue Remedy. It's repackaged, new cover, and it has general, what do we call it?
Mainstream.
We always call it that.
Public.
General public.
General public.
A lot of the quotes are secular. Is that the way to say it?
Secular.
Most of the quotes in here are Hare Krishna, Vedic wisdom and stuff, and this is secular quotes to support the same principles. So you might have a friend, a sister, a brother, a father, a mother, or somebody that might, yeah. So if you want that version, you can take that. So those two are available. And where are we? So we're suggesting that we take shelter of this other system, and it's a magic formula. So click, boom. So the magic formula. Magic formula is all about being in the moment. Right now, we are not in an upset. We've calmed ourselves, focusing on what's happening right now in your relationship as you attempt to work through this upset with a person that you profess to love, care for, or respect, depending on the different relationships. And right now, you're working through this. Acknowledge and celebrate how far you have come together working through this upset. Bhaktivinoda Thakur reminds us, forget the past that sleeps. And you can say, but it's a nightmare, my past. Think, okay, but it's the past. Let it sleep. Let it be there. Dragging it out, really not going to change anything. Forget the past that sleeps. Don't dwell in the future. Don't worry, you'll soon have a new... I've written here. Don't worry, you'll soon have new upsets to work through. So... But don't dwell in that future. Shift your focus from what's going wrong to what's going right now. So you might be with your wife or whoever it was, the person you want to have this crucial conversation with. Right now, we're not fighting, we have an opportunity, and in this moment, we hold that power of the now, right in that moment, to propel you forward. And be calm enough. Be calm, don't be hot, and be reflective, all of what we've been discussing. So, hold on, wrong pair. What's the next one? Be in the moment, we've got that. Forget the past that sleeps, focus on success you're both experiencing. Hold this new perspective. So you're up for change. You're up for change. You're up for making a new way forward by using this process. Okay, done. Is it?
Yep.
I think so. So the second part of this, Vimala, I think.
So the second part, we call it kind of part two of it. Now that you've worked, you realize you don't have to dig up all those unresolved issues. You've got the tools to work through your current issues. You've reset yourself back to your best self, your higher self. And now we've got something that can help you work through the actual issue. And it is called, is it here? Sorry.
So as you're looking for that, so
it's
again
26. I'm sure it should be on 26. It's called the third alternative, right?
We just got tripped up. So the past is there with all its black spots or whatever it is. Right now we've got a little issue. Now we've got these new tools that we're using. We're dropping the flame. We're calm enough to come together now. We've taken the time to do that. We're now in a place where we're reflecting how it might have been for you. Oh, that's an interesting new way to be. Okay, that's great. We're taking responsibility, so we've got a platform for moving forward based on that. And the mind says, but what about this you did? What about that in the past? Forget the past. Right now, you've got this opportunity. So right now, you're just being tripped up in whatever it was. We can't get the kids to school. I can't pick them up. You should do it. Whatever the issue is. But we're calm enough now. Now we can discuss it. And I've kind of got more of an understanding of how it was for you. And you've got more. So now we can, and we've reset to being, where we want
their
to be.
best self. So now we're in a place to resolve an issue, the issues. And what we use is called the third alternative. It's actually by Stephen Covey. And it's a very mode of goodness way of resolving your issues. So it doesn't have to be that I'm right, you're wrong, vice versa. And it doesn't mean big compromises that I take all the problem and let you off.
For example, say, so the kids have got to be, the grandkids, we've got to get them there we've got to pick them up by 3, and then then I say, but actually 2:45, it's got to be 2:45, and we're arguing, but you'll be late, and da-da-da-da. It's just some kind of example that comes to mind. And then we're looking for a third alternative. I have my idea and I'm stuck in it, and we're arguing, and you say, but the blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, a way forward. It's a way forward. And the way to test if it is a real third alternative is I say to him, so is that okay for you? Is that good for you? Not just okay.
What if we get there just before 3?
Yeah, so we work through it.
And I think...
And it's got to be good for me too. So you get creative. I'll give you an example. This is a real life example. In our house we had what we called, it was actually named after my husband's mother, Scottish mother. She would call it the compost bin, right? She would keep it just outside the kitchen. She would call it the brock bin, for broccoli, I suppose. Anyhow, so every now and again, every day I would have to empty my compost into the big compost bin. And that was my job. We had arranged that was my little service that I had to do. But there was a problem. There was this huge rat that lived in the compost. So I was kind of avoiding and not doing it when I should have. And he, who never misses anything.
Well, it was a big rat. I couldn't miss it.
But you didn't miss that I wasn't emptying the brock bin every day. I was leaving it. And so he said, what's going on with the brock bin?
I said it nicely. She's making it bad. I said, did you hear that?
Please tell me about the brock bin. No. Anyhow, we had this idea of the brock bin. So we had to work through it. And I said, look, I can't go out there. I have this rat phobia. And it could jump out at me at any moment. It's huge. It's about this big.
And it's got a knife between its... By this time, it's got a knife between its teeth, you know.
So we came up with a third alternative. He said, okay, I'll do the brock bin. What would work for you? What would you do instead? And I said, okay, I'll put all the dishes away, or I'll, something that was his kind of thing. And so that's how we worked through. I was happy. He didn't mind going out and emptying the brock bin. He thought it was easier than doing the other thing. So it worked for us. So that's like what we do. You're in that place, you're in a healthy place, a loving place, and you're ready to work through the whatever problem it is. So that's just a small example, but it can be for all kinds of different issues that you want to work through.
And so we're going to get you to do another share pair again.
Oh.
It's time for you to look at that. So maybe it's you could think how to come up with a third alternative for the thing that you shared earlier. Or if that doesn't work for you, choose a new issue and get with someone. Imagine you've gone through the first 3 drops. You're calm enough and you've reflected about the issue back and forward, and you've taken responsibility to do whatever it's going to take to come through this, and you've reset to being your best version of yourself and come up with a third alternative. There you go. This is a great opportunity that might work in the particular issue that you have, and to give each other maybe 5 minutes or 3, whatever it takes to Yeah, so you could play with
So
that.
you
a
get
little bit.
creative. You can get creative. What would this work? And keep asking back and forth.
And you don't have to come to an absolute perfect
No.
solution. If you do, great, share it, and it'll be like, whoa, great. But if not, just what was it like for you, and so on.
Because if that new third alternative doesn't work, say if that stopped
Ah.
working, then we would say, okay, this is not working for me now, and then you would come up with a new one that worked better for you both.
Yeah, that's a really
so it's
good
very
point.
flexible. It's a flexible thing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, so it's the same routine. You get up and you look and you think, I've been with that person, I've talked to that person, and find somebody new and bounce it. Oh, hold on. Help me here. One would be to go, got a choice here, to go back to the same conversation you were having. Would
Yeah.
you put your hand up if you prefer to go back to that? And
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, looks like that's good.
Third
Okay,
alternative.
back to it and see if you can come up with a third alternative. Go for it. Just go, yeah. So, beyond conflict. Okay. So we did that one. So the next one's drop 5. That would be 26, 27. Yep.
So we're finished drop 5. Once
Yeah.
we've done the third alternative, we just get their idea of what they did.
Can I just look at yours down this side? That's the one I do like. So that's the next one we're going to be doing, right? And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not much. It's not a lot. It's 3. We've got an hour, but we just go through it, and if we can finish early, it's everyone's happy.
Then we
But
can ask the questions.
yeah. Hey, Jimmy. We're getting together. Oh, shit. I went to have a drink. Like proposed one, basically, he was basically trying to say, well, it doesn't work if you're incompatible and there's no way through. Yeah. Yeah. So I think I've answered it reasonably well already. No, it's not. Yeah. Because it's a bit of a black hat one, really. It's interesting because he says it's not me, it's not her, it's me. He knows he's a bit of a case on those things, sort of relationship stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we'll just progress the way it goes, and I think there's plenty of time after lunch. Yeah. The good things that we've got these breakouts, though, it keeps them enlivened and engaged. Otherwise, if it's just a monologue from us, it can be used to, yeah. But I get it's fine that you dropped out at the end because it is hard. Yeah. Yeah. So. And us repeating all this, it might sound very repetitive to us, but it's needed. This is all new for a lot of people, and sometimes you repeat it 4 or 5 times and they still don't get it, and the 5th time it clicks and they go, oh, I can get that. So we don't want to be over the top repetitive, but there's a reason why we kept putting it in, because we're introducing 5 different drops. So now we've got this thing of
Yeah, the conflict. It's time to use those moments of success. Where's that? The moments of success. I can't see it on here, so that goes to the mountains and molehills, doesn't it? Hold on, where's that gone? Yeah, we're on the energy, and it's just after that. So that, yeah. So we talk about moments of success here, and then this is building molecules, mountains from molecules. So that's using the little success. You know, I'm relating this to, I don't know if I'll say it, I might do. I'm relating it to Krishna consciousness. See how it says here, unfortunately our tendency is to dismiss all those important moments of success. We do that in our Krishna consciousness. Those little moments of success where we have breakthroughs and we forget them pretty quickly. We were expecting Krishna to appear with a flute at the end of our bed, and then that will be success. But if we can, I'm trying to remember that. Negative default. So we go into it a little bit here, but this nurturing Krishna's children one really, we do a lot more on it, don't we? Do. I think we do. It's a whole seminar on nurturing, really, isn't it? Yes. Yeah. So you use the same with adults too. It's the same stuff. So we can sort of encourage them to, if you want to know more about this nurturing process, tomorrow is completely applicable to all relationships. How much longer do you think? A couple of minutes? Yeah, give it a couple of minutes. Yeah, that was a football game. What are the grandkids up to today? Recent movie on it. To build a new way. We should send them we can send them a link as well for this kind of book, because that talks about the whole nurturing process, which is...
Yeah, if they've got kids, they won't want.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, what other book, a question I'll ask is, what other book have we got then to show people? We've not got a book to show them how to nurture, whether it's a kid or an adult. I was going to... So I think what I'm suggesting, and see if it fits or not, that if someone's wanting, you can, this is written about kids, but it's actually applicable to adults too. If you just, what do you call it? Transfer the principles into the adult relationship, it works. So if you do want the better vocabulary, how to nurture your wife or your husband, it's all in here, and all the aspects is in there.
Most people will look it up.
Yes. Yeah, like that.
ahead.
Okay, one more minute and then we'll take a few. Hope you've resolved your conflicts.
The third alternative.
So who starts? Who's pouring on the energy? Yes. So yeah. Once they've reflected, start there. Okay, ready to take some solutions and conflict resolutions. 3, 2,
He's doing his teacher thing, yeah. Yeah, he did, but it stays with you. You can't get through it.
Oh, that was the teacher's bell. Sorry. No, it's the wrong bell. Come back, kids. Okay, who's got a major breakthrough, something that they managed to work through, and you think maybe that's a third alternative?
Yeah. Anyone?
Hello?
Anyone got any creative alternatives? No?
Okay. Well, that was a waste of time. Never mind. Come on, share something.
Just one.
It is.
It is important. Yeah. Yes. What would work for you is the magic word. Would that work for you? And test it. Yep. So if you did that and it works for you, then you've come up with a third alternative.
Yeah. And hopefully what you've come up with will suit me as well. Because someone might come up with something. Oh, great, you come up with something that doesn't suit you at all. Yeah. So then you've got to be able to say...
And you have to be honest. You don't want to play the martyr. You say, no, that wouldn't work for me. And then let's see, but this would that work for you? And you go back and forth like that until you feel both are satisfied with your solutions. Yes. You have this thing about teenagers.
I'm going to... Okay. An answer to it. I showed this book. This is a book. It's been created, this nurturing program that we work through.
Yeah.
And it's created for children. But it's... Hello? I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry, I just got distracted. Yeah. I love I'm trying to think of how to nurture this. Anyway, I just better stick to this. Where were we? Teenagers. Okay, the book...
Yeah.
This book is presented, and the success of this process was such that the American court system for teenagers and above, but teenagers and gang members, knife-carrying kids and gun-carrying kids were referred through to this approach, and it's highly effective in being able to shift the toughest children who'll tell you to stick your new idea in your pocket. If you try and use these kinds of approaches, and the other person, whether they're teenagers or adults or little children, they sense, which they will sense straight away. It's just another process for manipulating them and trying to control them and get them to conform with your wishes and stuff. They'll push you back so hard you'll fly out the door. You'll be forget it. But if genuinely, and that's what we're talking about here, if you're able to hold up to someone a little mirror and say, right in the moment, they might have been fighting in the street the night before or whatever they're doing, but right now I'm seeing your greatness. I'm actually seeing your greatness, and I'm showing you that you are actually right in this moment. You're being great, whatever it was that they were doing. They were maybe just helping you cut up some bread or doing whatever it was. And you start to show them that you see them when they're not mucking up, when they're not gang members, when they're not being disrespectful. It starts to shift. They start to see mum or auntie or grandma or whoever we are is seeing me differently. all they used to do is see me in this negative way, and I'm fed up with it. I get it from the police, I get it from my parents, I get it everywhere. But if we can, we shift it around like this. Wow, this person's really, there's a different energy going on here, and we're going to show you in the next couple of slides. We think, oh, but they do so much bad. If we can, a molecule of success, just a molecule, and show that molecule can build and build and build into a mountain. It can transform kids and adults and teenagers, but they'll push you, especially as you say, teenagers will really test you out. Is it just another one of your things? So I hope it's just giving you a sense. I do appreciate that things are tough with teenagers. So anybody else, anybody resolve something, or did you take responsibility enough to know maybe what your next step might be? You might not have resolved the whole thing, but maybe you've come up, I could maybe try this next time. Or yes, Marity. A microphone, no?
I'm learning that's what works for me, or is helpful for me, is looking at shared values in the relationship, no matter what the relationship, and learning an appreciation of others' values as well. I'm also learning that resolution is not necessarily an answer in any given moment, but rather reconciliation. So those two things are quite important in my life in various, ways right now. I've come to this point, not necessarily to resolve an issue, but with working on the common values in the relationship will bring about reconciliation of heart to heart.
Nice, I like it. Heart to heart is so important.
Yeah.
Heart.
Because I heard a quote, I was just listening to something fairly recently, and the speaker said, we may not see eye to eye, but we can always see heart to heart. And it was just like, wow, for me. So I find that works.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Food for thought. You've got the mic, Prabhu. Did you come up? Where's Prabhu? Oh, there's Prabhu. You're back there. Sorry. What did you guys come up with? Anything that was? Don't have to share, but I'm just giving an extra opportunity if there's something there. It's okay. No problem. Okay, so we're going to then hop along to this pouring on the energy. Somebody says, we can't wait to get into that. What does that look like? Energize each other for being able to work through to the other side of the upset. Now that you've completed the first 4 steps, that is, that you pause and drop the flame, you've got into reflection because you're calm enough to consider the other person. You've accepted responsibility for your part in maybe to some extent, whether it's 1% or 100% of the actual issue, and you've taken it on to do whatever it takes to come through it, and then you've come back to that place where there's a loving kind of relationship again, where we're cool, we're over this upset, we've come up with some resolution on it, another alternative, and then we're going to use those moments of success to build a new and extraordinary relationship. Now, it sounds kind of miraculous. I'll use that. It's like all of a sudden we're going to, because we've decided to let the past go. Let's try moving forward. Right now, we've managed to do this, and this is amazing. We were at each other's throats. The relationship's over. I'm ready to walk out the door. I'm packing my bag, whatever it is, and now you're sitting, and you've managed to do these first 4 steps. Now we're going to use that little molecule of success, but the tendency is to dismiss those important moments of success and jump back to the past. Oh, but this is just we've sat together and we've talked a little bit, but it's not really that important because we've had so many upsets, and in the future I'm sure it's going to happen again, and so we dismiss them. And just today I was connecting this to Krishna consciousness in a very interesting way. We tend to do that with Krishna's revelation to us. Krishna reveals himself in different ways which propels us forward, whether we're at day 1 or we're day 500,000 or whatever, wherever we are in the spectrum. And he reveals, otherwise we can't continue on this path. You can't continue unless Krishna's reciprocating with you in some way. So we don't wait until Krishna appears at the end of our bed with his flute and he goes, "Hello, you've been wanting to see me, here I am." And we go, "Oh yeah." But Krishna reciprocates through the kirtan, he reciprocates through a message, he reciprocates through a friend. And Krishna explains in the Gita how he appears in all aspects and ways. So it's really important to keep those with us and realize that Krishna is reciprocating with us. And before you know it, we'll have little molecules and we'll actually become Krishna conscious. I can see you thinking. Okay. Yeah, so in this, remember where you've come from. That's another one from Krishna consciousness. Remember where we've come from. Same in this about the relationship. We've come from chaos, from fighting. We're desperate. We're trying to find a way through. Don't look for the complete success in 5 minutes. Look for some success. You've sat together. You've gone through those drops, and that's a big success. So you might want to say to the person, that's what we're going to suggest, that I really appreciate how we've been able to sit together and discuss things that we found it was very hard to discuss, but we're calm enough and we've worked through to another alternative on these things. And it really shows me how committed you are to me as your partner, or your other half, or whatever you want to call it. And it shows me how loving and dedicated a person you are. So if you start talking like that, that kind of language, that vocabulary, that kind of stuff, it goes to the heart. And we're not talking to the head, because the head's, you did that and you should have done that, you could have done. We actually can connect to the heart, and that's the connection we want. We want that heart connection, and that will make the difference. So, yeah.
So this drop we don't drop on, we pour it on, because we've found too that in our own relationship we discovered, and in lots of other relationships, everyone focuses on the problems and they don't energize each other enough for all the wonderful things that are going on. And sometimes you'll hear someone say, "But she knows I care about her. He knows I don't have to do all that stuff." But actually they don't. And sometimes that dries up, that affection dries up if it's not watered. For instance, recently I was coaching a couple, actually just the lady, and she said, "I finally got my husband. He's going to sit down every week and we're going to finally talk about some of our issues." And I said, "Well, that's great, but don't forget, don't just talk about the issues. Talk about what's going right, all the things that you're doing right together. Otherwise, he'll run away. If he thinks, oh, here's a session where we're going to talk about all the problems." Because he's had a hard time, this boy, he's had a hard time communicating. It wasn't in his upbringing, and it's really difficult for him to talk about anything. So I was saying, let's talk about the good things. And this was also happened in the classroom. I used to, when the kids came in after break, we'd have a little council, and I'd say, "Okay, did anyone have any problems?" Because this was how you'd help them with their social problems. Every single hand would go up. "I've got a problem, I've got a problem, I've got a problem." And I thought, wow, I'm just energizing their problems. So I decided to change it up. And I said, "Okay, we're going to have a council. Tell me something funny that happened in the playground." Again, every hand goes up. And so we talked about the funny. "Tell me something good, something really good that happened." And every hand goes up. And I do 2 or 3 of those. And I say, "Now we're going to have one where we solve a problem. Anyone got a problem?" Every hand. This is year 2, right? And they all just want energy and they want to speak. So And then we'd solve the problem. We'd talk through it and say, what can we do about that? Anyone got any? We'd talk through it. But the point being, if I had just kept with the problems, that's all I would have got. And we wouldn't have had the chance to celebrate all the great things that are happening.
Good point.
So, pour on the energy.
So, I've written here in my better self, here's how to take your life to another level. Here's the secret to permanently transform your relationships. Start building miracles from molecules. Begin practicing the habit of creating success, even when it appears that you have very little to build on. Remember, the mind will take you to the past. How can I build? This person's useless. He's driving me nuts for the last 10, 15, 20 years, whatever it is. How am I going to change that? So you can do that when you have little to build on.
So we see a picture here of Jayananda. Jayananda is a very dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. He passed away some many years ago. And everyone who knew Jayananda loved his wonderful, nurturing, positive energy. And I was reading recently a book by one of his friends, Vishok Das, and he tells the story how they used to go out on Harinam. You know how we go out with the chanting. And this was in San Francisco, so they would go down to the wharf where all the fishermen were. And some of the wharf people, they loved the devotees. Others did not want the devotees down near them. And the lobster sellers were particularly kind of angry. So what they used to do was just before the devotees came chanting, they would throw all their dirty fish water on the path to kind of get rid of them. Now this kind of upset some of the devotees. Vishok said he felt quite upset and he wanted to confront these guys. But Jayananda said, no. So he went up to them and said, I notice that every time we come down here, you wash the path before we come. We want to thank you for that. And the guys were like, and then to top it off, he had one of the ladies make these lovely cookies, prasadam, and they went down and next time they gave it to all the fishermen. So after a little while, when they came, the fishermen were like, hey, here they come. So instead of kind of making it a confrontation, he took a little, it wasn't even a good thing they did. They meant to annoy the devotees. But he took it and he made out of that little tiny molecule, he made it into a miracle. So that's what we're trying to do when we start looking for the good things, the little things, and energize those. And then what happens when you energize those things, you get more of them.
Prabhupada told there's a story by Rakshi Tambar Mataji, Gurukul teacher for many years in Vrindavan and Mayapur. And she told a story about Srila Prabhupada utilizing this outlook or way of being. He said there was a naughty boy was being referred to Prabhupada. We don't know how to deal with this boy. And Prabhupada's answer, Rakshi Tambar mentions, was Prabhupada said, tell the naughty boy that he's breathing very well today.
Try and find something.
Breathing. Find something positive to show the kid.
You're breathing
nicely so today. Nicely today. You can imagine and how that would shift the energy, and he might live into that. And
I think Prabhupada was also just referring, find something to energize this child with, even if it's just that he's breathing nicely.
Yes, and then fan it. That's what Prabhupada said. You just find a spark and then leave it. But we have to fan it to keep it going, keep it alive.
Now if you say that to a kid, they'll think you're going to kill them.
Yeah,
you're breathing very nicely now.
And
I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, you have to be careful in the context. But I think that was Prabhupada's point. Yeah, but I get what you mean. You're breathing nicely, so watch out.
So that just...
Yeah, go to the next. Oh, yes, so now we're going to, you know the secret, energize those small things, and it's like becoming a honeybee. Sometimes we've got that fly mentality, always finding the things that are wrong. With the best intention, by the way, often it's just we want to correct or we want to help, but often instead of helping, we dampen. I do remember when our daughter, she was about 15, and she had a very messy room. And
does that relate to any of you teenagers?
Oh, wow. So when I finally used to get her, because I was very embarrassed about her messy room, when I used to actually pretend I was swimming when I came into the room. So I got her to clean it up every now and again. So she would spend the whole morning, because she's a very creative forest fairy type person, so everything was beautiful, and then she'd say, come and see, Mum, I've cleaned my room. And I'd come in, very good. Oh, and then I'd see something, and I thought, I'm helping her. That over there isn't too good. So I'd point that out. What about over there? You could have, and she'd go, oh, roll her eyes, teenage roll, nothing will please you. And now I look back and I think, oh, why did I do that? And now when I go and see her, she's very creative. She's got her own business making jewelry, beautiful jewelry. So she's got a house that's very creative with stuff here for making stuff, but it's all very neat and tidy and beautiful. Yeah. So I always say to her, oh, Saras, your house is so beautiful. You keep it so nice. She says, oh, Mum, it's so messy. I know it's not. It's lovely. It's creative. This is your workspace. I love it. And I see that. I'm nourishing her now, so it's never too late. Sometimes you think, oh, I did that, but it's never too late. So we can find the little things and nourish them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
not.
absolutely. And you would have boundaries, just like it wasn't wrong that I was making my daughter clean up her room. That wasn't the wrong thing. It was just when she put such effort into it, I would find the fault. So if your kids are really, you've got to set boundaries. And we're talking about this tomorrow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. If are you going to be able to get here tomorrow for the children's one, if you can?
See how you go.
See how you go. But it talks about that very much. It's like having a little footstool and it's got 3 legs. If you've got 2 legs, it falls over. If you've got one, but you need all 3. So we need to focus on the positive side and what's happening. And people think, yeah, just be positive. No. We have to point out that there are some rules. So there has to be boundaries that are agreed. You talk and you work it out with the children. Is this going to, and you work it, and like that. So so you need the boundaries and low energy to negativity. It means you don't ignore it. I could train you on that one. No, I was just looking for your relationship with the kids and stuff. Anyway, that's tomorrow's seminar. I better not go into it. But there's. Oh no, it's absolutely fine. Please, I wasn't pointing out anything. Okay, so we wanted to be honeybees. Is that what we're up to?
Yeah.
Okay, and we got to there, and that's me. Shift the focus. We've already said all that. Really.
Done that.
Shift from what's happening upset. We've done that. He said blah blah. Excuse me.
Being in the moment, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
We can go to the next one if you want.
Okay. You want to go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
checked it out. No problem.
Okay. So this is that last drop we're talking about. Next one is pour on the energy. So as we said, no drops, pour it on. And sometimes people will say, oh, it's a bit cheesy, or I can't do that. They'll think it's fake. Just start, make a start, and just start noticing those small things. Expand your vocabulary, find specific things, be specific, and just start acknowledging, and just from that small space, and you'll see that it'll become easier and easier for you to do that. And at first they might be a bit suspicious. Why are you? But after a while, especially, it nourishes the soul to encourage each other, and they'll be able to accept it.
Yeah, in this book that we mentioned, there's pages with say 3 or 4 pages of language words that we generally don't the vocabulary we don't use. So it takes a bit to get used to using certain words. I'm trying to think what the words would be, but they're in the book there. And it took us a while to get to become familiar with this approach. We went to America for 2 summers and spent time there being trained in it. And again, we've pointed this out, it goes to the heart. The more specific you can be, that we're not talking just about children, with children and with each other in any level, the more specific. If we used language which says something like, oh, good job, well done. So it goes to maybe the ears, it goes into the head maybe, and you think, oh, well done, yeah, okay, thanks, well done. You're not clear what it is, and it doesn't relate to your heart much. It's like, oh, I did something right. I did something right there. But if we're able to connect it to a value, a quality, that was really great how you did that, and it just shows me how hardworking you are and how dedicated. There's all kinds of scenarios or contexts for that, but if we connect it to a quality that shows me how you've, what would it give me? You want to come in with something?
Sorry, I was thinking ahead.
Okay, no problem.
We give an example. We're going to give some examples.
There's some coming up.
Yes.
Okay.
So on the next slide.
Cool.
So.
Okay, let's go there.
We're nearly at the end.
No, that's.
Yep.
Not rushing. So we're on there or not? Or is that?
So this will give you an example. The way you managed to give me the time to explain myself was truly amazing. This is just giving you examples of pouring on energy. Next. And you're highlighting a specific quality. That's why we've underlined that. You remained calm because you want that. You want more of that. And you gave me all the time I needed to get across my feelings and explain why I was upset. Your patience and understanding, more qualities, were awesome.
So that kind of acknowledgement goes to the heart, and the person starts to see that they have those qualities to some degree.
Yeah.
And that's builds self-worth, and it builds those successes.
And you can probably recognize it's very proactive. You don't have to wait till you've had a conflict and you've got through, and then you celebrate. It's any time you can energize someone else's qualities. It's use it on everyone, we always say, isn't it?
It's
just use it
such
on
an
everyone.
important point that Vimala's mentioning, that the reactive is you've got an upset and you go through this whole process. At the end of it, you might acknowledge each other for working together, and that's good. That's a nice parcel. But it's not that you then abandon this way of being and wait for the next upset before you think about using this kind of way of working. You jump in at any time when you see your wife doing something, your children, your husband, wherever it is, and show them that you're seeing them in this positive way. And you'll have less upsets, and when you do have them, you'll be well used to going through this process. A good qualifier, our testimony is our son, who's now 47, Nandu. He uses this. He uses it so much. He really says, "Oh, it's great, Dad, Mum. I use that every time. I need to get into reflection more. You know, I used." He says, "I used to jump in and tell my wife to do stuff, and no, I'm trying to understand what." And I tell her, "I can see what you're having to deal with." So, and he said, instead of me telling her my needs, he said, I realize if I ask her what her needs are, and he's pretty good. He's training us up how to
keeping us accountable. Okay, so next slide.
Next slide, is that the next? Yes.
Yeah. Consistency.
Okay. So now that we've taken you through this 5-dot form, the man are going to role play. Are we?
No, I'm not doing the role. There's no role play.
Okay.
It's the consistency.
It's been taken out on the paper, but
it's consistency
okay.
and practice.
Okay, go for it, Vimala.
Okay, so we've got the 5 drops.
Question?
Yes.
I'm just thinking often it will probably be one member of the relationship who wants to start this process. Yeah. And it was kind of hard for me to imagine starting it with the conflict itself, like trying to tell the other partner that, you know, we want to start practicing this process, but maybe the pour on the energy is the place where you start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Well done.
Just small stuff. You don't even have to tell them what you're trying to do. You just start there, and then gradually can
It's a great question because it's often asked like that. If I get this book or I've gone to this course, how can I deal with it with the other person in my life, sort of thing. So yeah, just by you taking up this way of being, the other person will experience the difference, and maybe even say something like, "Have you been at a seminar or something? You've been reading some book because you seem to be always thinking about me," and etc. So you can take it on yourself, and you won't be exploited. I'm sure. Thanks for that question. It's really good.
So, now that we've gone through all the drops, you know the drops, there's one just last component for it to be successful. And we need a drum roll. Okay, you got it? It's practice. It's consistency, being consistency and practice. Usually when we hear something new or we go to a course, we practice it for a while, and quite often people are successful, right? But then they forget about it or they have a little failure with it. That can be a big one, right? You tried it and you were doing really well. We had one lady just in Melbourne. She said she got so fired up, she went home, she said she was trying all these and she said I was doing it. And then one day I wasn't into it. And I kind of, oh no, and then she thought, now I can't do it because I'm a failure. We said, no, it'll take consistency and practice. Just pick yourself up, keep doing it, and you'll get there. You want to say that?
It's said that 80% of what you learn in any course or something, within 1 week, you forget 80% of it out of the 100. And you forget the rest of it over the next 3 or 4 weeks. Pretty much. And you get a vague sort of, oh, they've talked about being positive or something, and like that. So that's why we suggest get the book and have it, and then get your marker out and highlight things that make sense to you and revisit it. And when you, as Bimala said, muck up or it doesn't work too well, go back to that and look at it, and yeah, it'll take time to become a little skilled in it. Okay, questions, is it?
Yes.
Or next, yeah? Next.
Yes.
Okay, so any questions on the concept? Yes, bro.
Just more of a comment than a question. It seems to me basically what you're speaking about is to stop acting in the mode of passion and start to think about what you're doing.
Amen.
Come to the mode of goodness. Because in the mode of goodness, you contemplate what is the consequence of my action. In the mode of passion, you just go ahead and do it. And my experience, when we have an argument in any relationship, you're kind of shooting from the hip more than thinking about where it's going to go.
And it can go anywhere if you're shooting from the hip.
It goes all over the place.
Yeah.
So you got it. We always say that this is a mode of goodness process. Yep.
And somebody, I remember in New Zealand, somebody was asking me, said, well, Prabhu said, when I'm in the kitchen, sometimes I get, we're cooking a big feast and there's something happening, and more passion, and so I can't calm down. It's pretty hard to go for a breathe in the corner and get back in. So it was kind of, I said, so yeah, well, that's where you have to use your God-given common sense how to apply the principles sometimes, but it definitely requires time out, to drop the flame, etc., to come back to the mode of goodness. And that's where we want to be. Any other comments or questions? So my question to you, okay. I'm going to be asking the question, you can think about the answer, how could you see yourself applying this? Because I'm thinking you might be thinking, well, I could use my children, I could use this, or my cousin, or my husband, or my wife. So you might want to share something. Yes.
Yeah, I just had a question that what to do in a case when the other person is not ready to talk and silence treatment for days and days, and you already even forgot about what's happening. It's like he is still in it for so long. I already forgot about it.
Yes.
And then he doesn't want to talk about it even after. And then because I feel like need to be the both of you, right? But
So I missed the last word you said.
so like what to do in case the other person is not willing to talk
Okay.
at all.
So then, as one of the other devotees said, don't wait until the next. I was going to say wait till the next one and start then, but don't wait. You can use this. Don't wait for an upset. Just start acknowledging him for his greatness in a certain field. And he'll be like, whoa, this is a shift. So start using it, yeah, and then be prepared for when because the next upset is going to come. That's life, and then utilize the process.
And talk about, like this couple I was just working with. I was saying to her, to talk to her husband when he's in a good mood, not when they're having an upset. About how it would be lovely if we could sit down and tune in and talk, and any challenges, not attacking him, but any challenges we have, can we talk about it? So she said that kind of settled him. It was like she wasn't attacking. She wasn't saying, we've got lots of problems, we need to drag them out. It was just done in a gentle way. So something like that also.
Yeah, and tuning in is a big one that we talk about. We tune in pretty much every day. Sometimes couples keep going and keep doing the things, and everyone's doing different things, and they're not on the same page, and then they find it's like, we're so far apart here, and you don't understand what I'm doing, and I don't understand what you're doing. We tend to tune in regularly, and just to see what's happening today, etc.
Yeah, and can be flexible, tuning in with flexibility. We had that, but can we do this instead? Doesn't have to be rigid.
Yeah, and yeah. Any other question, comment? Okay. So I think we can finish there, is it?
Yes.
We're not missing. Okay, so thank you all very much for participating, and we look forward to seeing you for the next 5 days. I think we're here, so.
Yes.
And good luck with life. Yeah, clap.
Thank you.
Haribo. Oh.
Square machine.
What's it say?
It's a square machine. Okay, we have a machine. We have a machine.
And if you do want us to sign one, we will. Everyone wanted that in Melbourne, but you go over down and just give me a book. Don't worry about it. Hare Krishna.
And we finished just before 4, so that's really good.
10 to, it's good. You got out early.
Krishna, Krishna. Do you want to know Jimmy? Yeah, you got it. Even though it's tough. It wasn't nearly as tough as taking it.
No.
Yeah, he took responsibility and he got back on the horse. And
you felt that was a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
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 So we know which way to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
Now, this is, she's Goloka. You know Goloka Prem, she knows Goloka Prem and Chaitanya Nitai and Chitralaya.
New Mayapur?
Yeah, but they're here now, they're in the Wollumba.
Good.
Yeah.
Goloka Prem and Chitralaya and Goloka.
Oh,
yeah.
I work
they're in
with
the
them.
Wollumba.
Yeah. They transferred a year ago.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So they live around. I'd heard it. But
She sent me a message like we talked before, and then she sent me, oh please send them obeisances to them. I will let them know.
And Prabhu's there too?
Prabhu there, but hard time because Chitralika Mataji just like have accident.
She had an accident.
He fell off in the wheelchair.
Yes.
And broke her 2 legs.
Oh.
So
2
it's
legs.
2 legs.
Not one, but 2.
Yeah. So we have to really,
look after her.
Are you working?
Yeah,
with her?